Alright, ladies and gents, as ever, my name is Shane, that's Shannon's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2, the only Ace Attorney game that was never formally released in English, so this is the fan-translated version. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel, but for tonight, we'll go ahead and get into the game. Right now, we're halfway through episode 2 of the Imprisoned Turnabout. The brief synopsis is the perpetrator we arrested at the end of episode 1 has been murdered in prison, and so we've been trying to figure out how that happened and who done it. It's been very complicated. There's a lot of elements into it. It seems like a very complex crime, but also we have been hindered by a judge and a rookie prosecutor who are attempting to get Edgeworth fired for incompetence. So there's a lot happening right here, a lot of moving pieces, but let's go ahead and get into it. Let's see, let me get caught up on shit right here. Is this the fabled 7th stand user preamble? I still have to remember to find that on my hard drive. I've got that somewhere. I just gotta track it down on the new machine. Yeah, who done it? Who done it? We gotta figure that out. Who is the perp from case 1? Knightley, one of the president's 2 guards, the one with the mohawk. He didn't try to assassinate the president. Turns out that was a whole fake out, but he did murder his coworker, which, you know, the guy actually died, so we have to arrest him for that. All right, have a great rest, Ellie. Thanks so much for stopping by, and we will see you around. It looks like we'll have to investigate once more. Oh, it's right at the end of it. All right, so we had a big twist at the end of last time. The big twist being that we found out that the guy who we were trying to prove was innocent neglected to mention what his job was. And his job was he works for the circus. And that's important because the circus was doing a show on the day of the murder, which means that he absolutely was on at the scene of the crime the day of the murder, which is kind of a problem. That's kind of a humongous problem. Let's see, March 28th, 3:02 p.m., Detention Center, Visitors Room. This is Simon, the person we're trying to get proven innocent, but now he's clearly making it very difficult for us. Wait, you're trying to tell me that Captain Trigger Discipline shot somebody? Inconceivable! On purpose, too. That's the surprising part for me. Why did you not mention that beforehand? No, but I did! What didn't I mention? That you're a member of the Berry Big Circus? No, it's just that, you know, I'm not. I can't call myself a member yet. I'm just a new recruit. Regardless, that still makes you a member. Oh, he passed out. We didn't even convict him of anything and he already had his breakdown. That's a problem. So, why didn't you tell us that before? If I had told you I was part of the circus, it would have made me look suspicious, right? Since I also knew Knightley and all that, I didn't think anyone would believe what I had to say. Not even you guys, Kay. Didn't we promise to believe in you? But Mr. Edgeworth, you're just kinda scary. Man, you're just terrible at getting info from people, aren't you, Miles? It's none of your concern. Looks like we need to have a talk with him again. So, what did you do in the circus, Simon? I guess you could say I'm a wild animal tamer. I'm still just an apprentice, though. Wow, that's incredible. So you command lions and tigers to do your bidding, right? Yeah, nothing crazy like that. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. My partner is this little guy right here. And that makes you a wild animal tamer? It's more like an organ grinder than a wild animal tamer. Whoa! Hey, Money, cut that out. He can be quite a handful sometimes. How monkey get in prison? Why monkey in prison? Why is this prison so bad at being a prison? I have so many questions here. Also, is that why he has his hair like that? Because the monkey just does that anyway. Rekakuni? He's got the stance right? Monkey did crimes. Monkey crimes. That's the monkey did it. Case closed. Convict monkey. Humans are monkeys. This is true, I suppose. Are they accusing the monkey of crimes, though? That's my next question. Wow! Oh my! Wait, he's wow! He's actually Rakakuniing him. I wasn't expecting him to actually do the thing, but he actually did the thing. Holy shit! Casita, congratulations! You called it. I don't think you were expecting to call it, but there you go. Money! Oh, he's a white-collar criminal. That makes sense. I thought organ grinders controlled their monkeys, not the other way around. Oh, God. Yesterday, you told us you were just a regular employee, correct? Even if I'm a member of the circus, I'm still legally an employee. We're just like any other regular company. The ringleader is the boss, and I'm just a grunt. I even have a supervisor. She's the head of the wild animal tamer division. No matter what kind of fierce creature, they'll immediately follow her every command. She might even be able to get a handle on Miles here. I am not a wild animal. Did you and your supervisor take part in the animal show here at the prison? Yeah, it was just us two. It was just only a small operation this time around. Basically, my supervisor takes center stage, and I take care of all the dirty work. Well, I did have a tiny part in the performance. So there are only 2 members of the circus that are related to this case. Oh, thank God! I really didn't want to run into the guys from the circus here again. Board Jams, thank you so much for that clip there. Monkeys do an 8 to 10 for insider trading and wire fraud. Oh my God. So, can you tell me about your movements around the prison? Okay, I went to meet Knightley 2 days ago around noon. And that's when you gave him the chessboard. That's right. And then, that night, I started setting up a stage in the courtyard. It was pretty tough going back and forth moving all the crates by myself. Anybody else recognize that sheet over the cage there? Looks a little familiar, even in black and white. I left everything in workroom A, I think. Just temporary storage. Workroom A? That's where the body was discovered. Didn't your supervisor help you at all? No way! I can't let her do anything like that. That's my job. After I got everything ready, we started rehearsing. When we left, it was almost midnight. The show was set to start at 8 a.m. the next day and go on till 10 a.m. The only one who went in and out of where the body was found is Mr. Keys. And then the body was found just before the show ended. Illegal resale of ground organs. So many poor souls just couldn't get this monkey off their back. You guys are in a very, very jokey mood today. This is amazing. Do you happen to know why you were arrested? It's weird how it happened so fast. I don't think that the pest guy would just have you arrested on a whim. I wouldn't put it past him, though. Well, maybe it's because of that. When I was moving the crates, I decided to go check up on him. You know, Knightley. You went directly into the detention block? Did you have permission? No, I had to sneak in. It wasn't a formal visit or anything. Didn't you already see him 2 days ago? Why would you go and do such a thing? Well, we're the only friends either of us had since childhood. He was the same as me. We never had real families. I just wanted to talk with him for a bit, so I went to see him. Didn't have a family. When I was younger, I lost the only family I had, my father. So is that it? I know all too well how it feels to lose your father at a young age. So, you're the same as Mr. Edgeworth and me. So, it was just the two of you talking at that time. Yes, all the other cells were empty, and there weren't any other guards nearby either. But then you got found out, and that's why they suspected you. What? What? Did I do something really bad? Something must have happened while Mr. Keyes and Knightley were alone. Probably the best logic. Seems that we'll need to talk with your supervisor as well. You should be here today too, probably in the courtyard. Oh, I'm sorry it turned out like this, boss. Simon, if there's anything we can do to help, just tell us. What? What? But I can't do anything in return. Don't you worry about that. We're your allies. That's because we're like birds of a feather, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Birds of a feather, huh? Suppose that's true. We have sufficient information about your past. I doubt you had a motive to kill Knightley. Rather, you are probably the most affected by his death. And I doubt someone as timid as you could work up the courage to murder someone. Alright, I'll get you out of here. We'll believe in you. It's such a doofy animation. Well, what do we have here? Starting to get the hang of the whole defense attorney gig? You sound a bit like your old man just now. Me? Sound like my father? He would say the defense attorney's job is to be an ally to the deserted. If you're gonna ride that stallion into the sunrise, wait for me, I want in too. Mr. Shields, I think you mean sunset. Yeah, of course. It was just a joke. Want some candy? No, thank you. I don't like sweets. Oh, really? What a shame. What's wrong with the sunrise? The legendary Yatagarasu is all about the sun. Just the sunlight always exposes the truth. Good grief. For now, let's just head to the prison courtyard and see what we can find there. We can caught up on chat. Just wait until the dog with the bell comes back. You've got your fast 5 already. Doesn't like sweets. Guilty. Who doesn't like sweets? Ah, the shutter is open. Yes, looks like that way leads to the courtyard. So what are we waiting for? Come on, let's get a move on. She's certainly in high spirits. Hey, new area to investigate, that's good. March 28th, 3:37 p.m., prison courtyard. So this is the courtyard. Just before the body was discovered, the animal show was held here. Looks just like a carnival! Man, I bet it was lots of fun! The prisoners were gathered here when the body was found. Well, that means whoever saw the show has an alibi. Alright, so we're mapping out more of the prison now. We've got most of it mapped out at this point, which is handy. We should start by checking the area for... Okay! Cut it out, you! Help me, Mr. Edgeworth! You there, stop right this instant! Ow, 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 ow! Someone, anyone help! Elephant beat the shit out of her, holy crap! Of all the things I was not expecting in this game, I was not expecting Kay to get the shit beaten out of her by an elephant. Or, you know, I wasn't expecting a belligerent elephant in the first place. Who are? Oh no! Oh, so we do have to deal with one person from the circus case. Looks like you found a new playmate. Good for you, Astique. It wasn't playing around, it was about to eat me! Huh? No way, that's impossible. This child doesn't bite. Often. Often, huh? People normally never get to play with elephants up close. Isn't it wonderful? No, it's not! It's wonderful, right? It was simply marvelous, little lady. Mr. Shields! Really? Oh, that makes me so happy. So, how about a hug? As thanks. Hey, watch where you swing that thing. Weren't you taught not to hit people with your trunk? It looks like Astique is friends with everyone. I am an assistant of this defense attorney. My name is Miles Edgeworth. Ah, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Regina Berry. Nice to meet you. I'm the great thief and defense attorney's assistant, Kay Faraday. It's a rather complicated job title. And the one playing with Mr. Elephant is the defense attorney, Mr. Ray Shields. It's not Mr. Elephant, it's Astique, the fantastic Asian elephant. You're incredible, Regina. You made Astique stop right away. Well, I'm a wild animal tamer after all. Really? Then you must be Simon's supervisor. Yep, I'm the head of the Berry Big Circus Wild Animal Tamer Division. The one and only Regina Berry. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ace Attorney Ray Shields. It looks like he's the one she has a handle on. Yes, she's perfect. What are you mumbling about, Kay? Look at her. She's energetic, fun-loving, and healthy. She could be the new member of the Yatagarasu. She'd be perfect as a great thief. A great thief? That sounds like fun. We could make a huge ruckus with the animals. Ah, you can't make a ruckus. A great thief is supposed to be quiet and sneaky-like. But the show needs to have flash. Being quiet is kind of boring. Aw, I guess she's not very thief-like after all. Seems there's been a breakdown in negotiations. Elephant Astique. Yeah, she's just about as smart as we remember her being right there. Hey, glass telephone! I know, the big top case is my least favorite case of the entire series so far. Luckily, it seems like she's the only returning character so far. I'm hoping we don't run into anybody else. Hey, Skip the Damned, welcome in. How are you doing today? Alright, let's get started, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's check out anything that looks suspicious. We'll even look through the barbed wire if we have to. Yes, and we need to gather more information about the case. We should also try talking with anyone connected to the case. So basically investigate the area and then talk to the supervisor there. That door is locked. Want me to pick the lock? Success is not guaranteed, though. No, if need be, I'll just borrow a key. Sheesh. That was finally a chance for me to steal the spotlight. Don't even think about stealing anything in my presence. Not even the spotlight. We can only hope. We can only hope. Let's see what else we got here. It's a wicker crate. No, there are tires attached to it, so I guess it's a cart. Kinda smells like animals. Probably use this instead of a hand trolley at the circus. Just once, I'd like to ride one of these bad boys down a hill. Ah, or maybe one of these office chairs with wheels. Doesn't that sound like fun? What is she talking about? I'm pretty sure if you rode an office chair down a hill, like, you would not survive the experience. Can we talk to the elephant? That's a good question. The Berry Big Circus's Asian elephant, Astique. Supposedly very friendly with humans. Doesn't seem very friendly. It's your stern gaze, Mr. Edgeworth. You must think you're the boss. Are you comparing me to an animal? That's not what I meant. I think it approves of you. It doesn't make me the least bit happy. Danger! High voltage! These signs really do exist! On the other side, you can see what appears to be the detention center's garden. It's just as Warden Roland said, you can see the garden from the office. If it weren't for this barbed wire, we could take a look at the garden on the other side. That is Warden Roland's prized garden. I doubt she'd let us in so easily. Alright. Ribbit! What are you doing? Don't you know? If you croak like a frog in a pond, they'll come towards you. The only things that are coming towards you are the water striders. Water striders are so cool! They're like ninjas. They glide gracefully on top of the water. I wish I could do that. What about the frogs? Also, why is there a dead fish just hanging around right there? That seems unsanitary. Oh god, he's here too? God damn it. This is the stage where they put on the animal show. If I put on a great thief show, I wonder if anybody would come. I'm pretty sure the police would show up. See what all we got back here. Oh my god, EP, I love that song so much. Also, amazing music video. I'm glad someone else remembers that song besides me. Don't think this zoo is exactly known for high standards? Not really. I don't think they're known for much, honestly. This crude-looking well seems handcrafted. Was it built by the inmates? There are a bunch of tools lying around the well. A long piece of rope? A heavy-looking weight? It weighs 33 pounds. Says so right here. There's even a couple of pulleys. Okay, please stop touching other people's things. Stingy pants! I'm just checking stuff out. It's not like I'm gonna take them home with me. Still, these tools, what were they used for? That's a very good question. Alright, let's talk to her first so I can delay having to talk to that other guy. Oh no, it's the stage again. There we go. Okay, of course she has the music every time we're talking to her. 3 cheese ravioli or oxtail and red wine ravioli? Ooh, I'd go for 3 cheese. That sounds amazing. Calling it now, Regina did it, she killed the fish? I believe you. But are any of those pulleys stuck in a rubber chicken? The rarest type of rubber chicken right there. This song is so amazing! Oh my god. They actually have a couple of good songs. Most people only know that one. I'm also kind of a fan of Nuclear War on the Dance Floor. That one's a fun one. Mainly for the title. Head of the Wild Animal Tamer Division. Are you Mr. Key's supervisor? That's right. The Very Big Circus was created by my daddy. But daddy died in a murder incident. Your dad is... But after that, our current ringmaster made the circus even bigger. The ringmaster is Daddy's close friend. He's like a funny uncle. Wow, a funny uncle. That's great, Regina. Yep, Uncle Mo established the Wild Animal Tamer, Magic, and Ventriloquist Division. Please tell me we don't have to see Mo. I hate Mo so much. Only the Wild Animal and Ventriloquist Divisions have subordinates, though. Very Big Circus is going to become even more fabulous. Yes, yes, that sounds amazing. The way these two are carrying on, I need to put a damper on things. Yeah, it just brings me right back to that horrible, horrible trial. The people demand Mo. No! Please no! Hey, Allie Lordswood. Good morning, how are you doing today? So yes, we are investigating the murder of the guy we arrested for murder at the end of the first case. He was killed in the prison, so we're trying to figure out who did it and how, which is turning out to be very complicated. The big complication here is there is a rookie prosecutor and a judge working against us because they're trying to get Edgeworth fired for some reason. They've already arrested a suspect who we're trying to prove innocent, but right now we ran into a problem because he neglected to tell us that he was running the animal show in the prison at the time of the murder. We thought there was no way he was here at the time. Now we know he was here, it's getting more complicated. Jonah, greetings, how are you doing today? Yeah, okay, the ring top case just felt like it went on forever, and you kept having to go back and just talk to people over and over and over again. It was so long, and it didn't need to be. Hey, Amplex, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Happy to help, and if you got any other questions, feel free to ask. Could you tell us about the animal show? It's an amazing show. It has a storyline and everything. What's more, it's a love story. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Very nice. Are you the heroine, Regina Pie? Nope. The heroine of the show is Astique. And her partner is Regent the Tiger. It's about the forbidden love between the elephant and the tiger. Did you write this one yourself, or did you pull it off fanfiction.net? Elephant and tiger? Forbidden love? That's right. It's what they call a love triangle. Isn't it romantic? Sounds amazing, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Heroine? Astique is a female elephant? Of course, that's the part that's blowing his mind here. Since it's a love triangle, shouldn't there be one more animal involved? Yep, the third animal. He's the one who interferes with the love between Astique and Regent. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you think it is? Well, it's a circus. Perhaps a lion? I think a crow would be nice. The third animal is a naughty little monkey. The scale suddenly got smaller. Ah, Muddy the monkey! Nope, the one who plays the role of the monkey is Simon. Muddy is a little too small. He's like the villain who tries to break up the love between Astique and Regent. How will Astique and Regent control their own destiny? Isn't it wonderful? I guess? I thought Mr. Keyes just did all the grunt work. Wouldn't you feel sorry for Simon if he didn't get to perform on stage? I don't know, I don't know if that's a really good thing right there. Doing well? Happy Saturday to you too, Amplex. Glad to hear you're doing good. The Forbidden Kung Fu Panda fanfic. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, the first time I saw it, I thought the elephant was jumping too. I was very confused. Could you tell me more about the preparations for the show? Simon handled everything, so I don't know that much about it. Simon insisted on it. He wanted me to focus on the show. I saw Simon doing something near the well, though. The well? If I recall, it was behind the stage. I'd better go take a look at it later. He even moved this giant cage all by himself. Simon's such a nice guy. That sounds like something Simon would do. While crying profusely. During the preparations, Simon went back and forth between the workroom and the courtyard. We were using the workroom to store our equipment. Only Simon entered that room, so I don't know anything about it. Workroom. Was it the one where we found the dead body? So, Simon was the only one who entered workroom A. Man, the bad news just keeps on coming. Mr. Lawyer, please promise me you'll help Simon. Don't worry, despite his looks, Mr. Edgeworth is really amazing. Despite my looks? Just what is wrong with the way I look? Oh no, who is this now? Oh God, the warden. There you are, Regina, darling. Ah, Miss Rowland. I was looking all over for you. I wanted to have a little chat with you. She has a hell of a theme, oh my god. Hey Punisher, welcome in, how are you doing today? I like the fact that her mink stole appears to be alive. It's a weird case, Ellie learns, but it's I don't know how to handle this. We've got a case involving a circus and they're not even the biggest weirdos here. Could you tell me a little about this prison? Currently, this place is my pride and joy, which I like to call our home. When I first came here, this prison was in a terrible state. Terrible state? You mean the prisoners' attitudes? There are no bad children in my family. It was the environment that was terrible. That's why, after giving it a lot of thought, I enlisted the help of the animals. Being together with animals will soften up even the most hardened criminals. Right now, everyone has returned to their most honest self. Just take a look at Frankie. He's a model prisoner. Model prisoner who was trying to steal from a dead body. Hey, does she have a permit for that thing? I don't even know if she... Like, why is it alive? Oh, EP, you like the circus cases? Oh, man. To each their own. I was really frustrated on that one. Alright, take care of yourself, Gamagumo. We'll see you around. Oh, the raccoon. That ghost raccoon was so goddamn cute. If he wanted to haunt me, I probably wouldn't be all that upset. Hey, Doppelganger, the mink does seem to be moving and emoting a lot, which is amazing. Yeah, Frank saw it showed up again. He's in the prison. We actually suspected him for a little while. He's still pretty suspicious. But yeah, we had to question him yesterday. He's hanging around in the courtyard right now, too. Hell of a callback, huh? There are lots of model prisoners here, but Frankie is #1. He's proactive with his job training and helps out with the chores. Don't the other model prisoners do job training and chores? Yeah? Don't be silly. They all do, of course. It's just that Frankie here, he has his sights set on something different. Something feels strange. In any case, he's a very good boy. Please get along with one another. The enchanting music, the prancing animals, the very big circus is fabulous. If you come here, you can see a show once a month. Really? Then maybe I should... She's just thinking about committing a crime. Once a month, you said. Is it always the very big circus? Of course! I'm Regina Darling's biggest fan. My darling Regina. She's just so fabulous. Don't smooch the mink! She's such a cutie pie, I could just eat her up. She really likes her darling Regina. That's why I'm worried about poor little Simon. If he's found guilty, Regina Darling will be heartbroken. Mr. Lawyer, please take care of little Simon. If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Alright, good to know, good to know. Yeah, the character designs in this series are nuts. They're so far out there. He's just a little guy. Alright, before we talk to him, because I really don't want to talk to him again, let's check out the well. It's cool. Alright, so we already heard that part. Is there anything different this time? The same description? Nope, same description, alright. Alright, we gotta talk to Frank then. Although, can we look at these chairs? These were used for audience seating during the show. Holding up all these chairs must have been a chore. Is that so? Don't tell me you've never tidied up folding chairs before. I've delegated the task to others in the past. Mr. Edgeworth, you should try doing some manual labor once in a while. I'll look into it. Of course he's never tidied up folding chairs before. He's still doing the wiggle. Still rubbing his hands together. How many episodes does this game have? This is episode 2 of 5. So this is gonna be a pretty long one, it seems like. It is a lot of work. It is exhausting. Like, folding a chair is not hard, but folding 100 chairs is miserable. This is a chunky game, it would seem. Ah, Mr. Turney, how are we doing today? We're doing... Hey, we just met a few moments ago. Please do forgive me. Ever since I've come here, I've been working on refining my speech. It's not the only thing that needs refining. Right now, I'm helping out with the cleanup after the show. Ah, but if there's anything you need, please let me know. You'll have my full cooperation. I'm in the middle of volunteer work right now. As you can see, I am a model prisoner. I've been reborn inside this prison. Reborn as a thief? That was... the devil made me do it. How can you blame the devil? You're a disgrace to thieves. I have nothing to say. I still have much to learn. As a thief? But as you can see, I've exchanged my bracelet for a working one. I will continue to devote myself to being a model prisoner. And with a model prisoner, give it a rest already. That's a fantastic emote right there. Let's see. Yes, this is the guy that killed somebody with a clock from the very first case in the Ace Attorney series. So, a heck of a callback, but makes sense we'd see him in prison, I suppose. Training for Frozen 4 voiceovers, hell yeah! Sign me up, Disney. Give me a call. I'm training to pay my debt to society once I become eligible for parole. So, you were training instead of watching the animal show? So there were only 2 people who did not watch the show, Sawit and Dogen. Why didn't you say anything about Dogen earlier? Well, if you asked any inmate at this prison, they'd all think twice before telling you. That person is like the ruler of this place. Around here, we call him the supplier. Supplier? If you ask him nicely, he can provide you with anything you want. What? Is that allowed? Normally it's not allowed, but with him it's another story. He supposedly has a secret route to procure these goods. As a supplier, Dogen would be in a position of power. However, I've put all that behind me. All I care about now is applying mud packs to the animals. Mud packs? I coat the animal's fur with my mineral-rich mud packs to give it a beautiful shine. To help with my training, I give them to all animals in prison, each and every one of them. Mud? Huh. Could be related to that piece of evidence. I should present it to him. I know exactly what he's talking about, and yeah, we should ask about that. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on this glove come from? Ah, that's the mud from my mud packs. At the time I was practicing applying my mud packs. Could you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident? Now, since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 a.m. The mud packs turned the animals' bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. Prison life must be taxing on his stress levels. Very important detail in that conversation, though, if you caught it. Thanks to the warden's policies, I can undergo job training here. I owe her a debt of gratitude. But really, I would have loved to show everyone yesterday. You did a wonderful job on the stage, Regina darling. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad all the prisoners came to see it. Well, about that. Just between you and me, not everyone came to see the show. That'd be Dogen and Sawit, I imagine. There were 3 people who didn't see your show yesterday. Unbelievable, really? Excuse me, but did you say there were 3 prisoners who did not see the show? That's right. I took a count, and there were 3 empty seats. And we even had the correct number of seats set out. Doesn't that seem weird to you, Mr. Edgeworth? It does. We had thought that Dogan and Sawit were the only two prisoners. Were not present in the courtyard during the show. That doesn't add up. Where did the third person go? Further investigation is needed. I was having so much fun talking to you, Regina, darling, that I completely forgot. It's time to feed my baby. My baby? Is Edgeworth just not noticing that the mink is alive? He seems confused every time she mentions her baby. Ah! Oh my god! It's an alligator! Oh, Allie, you look as cute as ever. What the shit? Oh, how cute. So her name is Allie? Yep, she's Allie the alligator. She's my favorite out of all my family. How lovely. I want to try petting it. If Regina, darling, wants to pet it, go right ahead. I'll allow it. Oh, God! They seem pretty excited. We need to go check the prison cells, don't we? That's right. Let's look for the third prisoner who didn't see the animal show. What the shit? Let's see, let me get caught up on shit real quick. Yeah, this prison must smell terrible. I gotta imagine. Let's see, do you prefer the Ace Attorney games or the Edgeworth Investigation series? I think they're both really good, but I do have a soft spot for the courtroom drama. Let's see, one thing confusing about this, the dude was arrested for murder in an in-game country with death penalty. What is he getting out? He hadn't actually been tried yet. They didn't do the trial. Or, oh, wait, you mean Frank saw it. We never actually see what anyone gets sentenced to in these games, I don't think. So I don't know if he actually, I assume he didn't get the death penalty if he's in here trying to act like a model prisoner. Yeah, I guess he wasn't talking about the mink. Please don't feed the mink to the alligator. Oh, God. March 28th, 4:02 p.m., prison hallway. Mr. Edgeworth, I finally found you, sir. Detective Gumshoe. I take it the investigation is running smoothly. The judge and that prosecutor haven't shown up yet. Oh, yeah, I also got your message, sir. What was the result of the examination of the victim's cell? We hit the jackpot, sir. Traces of blood were found on the cell floor. There wasn't a whole lot there, though. This should prove that the murder occurred in the holding cell. Indeed, the probability is increased. However, we still cannot say for certain. I thought you'd say that, sir, so I asked the lab guys to look into it a little further. They're running an analysis on the blood, so we'll know soon if it's the victims or not. Way to go, Gummy. Good thinking. Detective, you've outdone yourself. What caused this sudden foresight? I'm actually a little hurt that you're so surprised by it, sir. Hope nothing bad comes of this. Yeah, families aren't supposed to play a favorite. Let's see. Rooks, you like this series, but you like the original series overall? Yeah, these cases are very complex, although for the most part, I'm enjoying that added level of complexity. All right. Once we get the results, we can prove that the scene was the holding cell, which leaves finding out how that doggy managed to sneak his way in here. Just leave that to me, pal. Since that other prosecutor isn't here, we can investigate as much as we want. That's why I brought my secret weapons with me. Secret weapons? That's right, pal. They've got us out of a few jams before. I assume he's referring to that time he brought that metal detector. Think again to Dick Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons. Looks like he'll come in handy. Want to take up his offer, Miles? Detective, please allow us the use of your secret weapons. Sure thing, sir. First, I'll give you a rundown. Secret weapon number 1, the trusty metal detector. There it is. Perfect for finding all kinds of metallic objects. As its name implies. Next, secret weapon number 2. Everyone's favorite pal, Missile. Oh my god. I remember him too. He can track any scent you want, especially the scent of food. He's much cuter than Mr. Dogen's dog. And then secret weapon number 3. It's, this. Isn't that a fishing pole? What are you trying to catch? No, actually, I just brought it by accident. Never mind that. What's the next, detective? That's all of them, sir. What? You called them the 7 secret weapons, but there's only 3 of them. That's all I have for now, pal. We can use the rest next time. I can't just reveal them all at once. Why do you think they're called secret weapons, pal? It doesn't matter. We'll just use the 3 that he's provided. All right. Which one do you want to use? Missile. You want Missile, sir? Hey, pal, over here, Missile. Ah, there he is. First, let's decide what scent he should track down. We're searching for the route Dogen's dog used to get into the detention cell. This route would have also been the same path used to carry the body to the prison. So, if we haven't tracked the scent of the body, that should lead us to the path. Seems reasonable. Let's see what we got here. He just lives in Gumshoe's pocket. He seems happy enough, if nothing else. It was 3! It was 3! Although he claims there's more. The other 4 DLC. Don't you smell something sweet? Really? All I can smell is the scent of blood. It's a very faint scent, like cake or something. Scent of cake from the body? Alright, Missile, get a good whiff of that scent, pal. Come on, let's follow after him. That way is... He's heading towards the special cell. And he's gone straight inside. Yes, let's follow him. March 28th, 4:24 p.m. Prison Special Cell. This is Dogen's cell, but it looks like he's absent at the moment. Maybe he's being interrogated? What's in here? Shh! I think he's found something. Could there be in this room? Mr. Edgeworth, we better take a look. All right, we get to investigate in here. That's a good thing. Trees, prosecutor. And now it's a 70s investigation gang cartoon. And he would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for us meddling kids. A teacup and biscuits. Suppose he has his tea time in here too. Playing chess while drinking tea in his cell. Isn't that going a bit overboard with the special treatment? Like he gets whatever he wants. Don't complain to me. You should tell him yourself. I think I'll pass on that. He had chisels in his cell. This guy's like a world-class assassin, and apparently he just gets away with whatever he wants. So he's blind, but he's taking up wood carving, and they just give him chisels. This guy's scary as shit. Take a look at those over there. The chisels Dogen uses. More than enough for him to murder someone with. Speaking of chisels, it kind of looks like someone used a chisel on your forehead, Mr. Edgeworth. And what is that supposed to mean? See, that furrow between your brows is getting deeper. Looks just like a carving. I would leave the subject alone if I were you. Hey, Wobbin, welcome in. How are you doing today? This prison has bizarrely bad security. I don't know how they ever kept anybody in here in the first place. It's Dogen's chessboard. Still has that hound piece on it. Ah, the chessboard has legs! Aren't these things expensive? They can be. This is very good craftsmanship. Mr. Dogan playing chess is kind of unexpected, you know? I figured he'd be more of a Go player or something like that. Go. Do you play Go, Kay? I'm really good at Go Bang. But that's not Go. Look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's a small chisel here. I'm not well versed in woodworking, but this seems to be a pocket-sized chisel. Pocket-sized chisel? Must be convenient to have one wherever you go. Is that from a thief's point of view? No, it's from a great thief's point of view. I shouldn't even skip a beat. Missile, maybe? Is this what you're barking at? Whoa, hey, knock it off, pal! Chocolate cake is bad for dogs. That's how it's gonna be. I'll eat it all myself. Wow, that was pretty good. Good for you. It looks like someone else has a problem with that. That wasn't fair, Gummy. I wanted to eat it too. I doubt it's wise to eat food you find lying around a prison. Anyway, I guess Missile was barking at the cake, sir. That was pointless. Why was the scent of cake in workroom A, though? That's another good question. Let's see. Go Bang is also known as Go Moku, which is similar to Penta. Get 5 in a row, block your opponent from doing the same. Uses the standard Go pieces and board. Oh, alright. That's kind of clever. Rooks, you're not a fan of brownies? I love brownies. Although I prefer cakey brownies to fudgy brownies. Like, there's a wide spectrum of different types of brownies you can get. How about you guys, chat? Where do you fall on the spectrum? Do you prefer cakey brownies or fudgy brownies? I'm curious. Is that police dog gonna get the job done? He's fine, pal. He was just following his stomach instead of his nose. Let's track down the scent of the body for real this time, Missile. Oh, looks like you found something else, sir. Now it's this cell. This would be Mr. Elbird's cell. I'd like to examine the interior. Detective, call a guard. Roger that, sir. Good work, Detective. By the way, is J. Elbird still being held in the disciplinary room? No, he should have already returned. He was present during the noon roll call. He may have been assigned to work someplace else. I see. Well then, may we examine the cell? Yes, sir. Oh my god, his punching bag. That's the EP, you prefer fudgy brownies, that's fair. Relentlessly, you don't eat enough brownies to have a preference, also fair. Yeah, I'm a cakey guy. I don't like the fudgy brownies very much. The texture I find off-putting. The taste is fine, but I don't like the texture. EP, you're not a big fan of chocolate cake? That's totally fair. Have you ever had blondies then? Oh, those are good. It's the Alley Lords. Would you prefer cake brownies for on the go, but fudgy warmed up with ice cream? That's fair. That's fair. I respect this. Honestly, Rooks, that seems like something Gumshoe probably does. The speed bag right above his pillow. That's pretty suspicious. Oh, blondies are very good. I should make some blondies sometime. That sounds really tasty. All right, we have a lot to look at in here, but I gotta look at this punching bag first. The sandbag shows signs of repeated use. Aha! You want to play? You want a box too, Missile? Look at him go! Can't be. Detective, move the sandbag at once. Yes, sir. Did we find something already? Holy shit! A hole? This is... Hey, Missile, come back here! I'm going to! Hold it. I'll stop him, sir! Ugh, it's too tight for me, sir! Detective? It can't be helped. I'll have to wait for her to contact me. Hello, Kay, are you alright? Don't get so worked up. Right now I'm in the detention center. The detention center? That hole comes out at Knightley's cell. Really? Stay where you are. I'm coming over there now. Well, that changes things. Holy shit. March 28th, 5:04 p.m. Detention Center holding cell. Kay. Mr. Edgeworth. I really helped out, didn't I? Indeed. She doesn't appear to be injured. The floorboards have been ripped out from under the bed, sir. I see. Seems we've found what we were looking for. How did they not notice it when they were taking blood samples from the floor? That seems kind of crazy. Well, if you can make enough to share with chat, that's fair. That's fair. Field trip in the tunnel. Relentlessly, you stepped away for literally 2 minutes. So we got the dog sniffing for the trail of the body again, and we went inside J. Elbird's cell, and we found a secret tunnel that had been dug from J. Elbird's cell over to Knightley's holding cell. That's where we are right now. The passageway between the detention center and prison is blocked by solid doors. However, there is a secret underground tunnel beneath it. We were following a sweet scent and arrived here. That means the scent must have come from Knightley's body. We still don't know what that is, but that's interesting. Secret tunnel through the prison. Yeah, all of a sudden it's easier to move around too. Also, you notice the entire first half of the game, they kept saying the only way to get between the two is the passageway, but the map shows you can go through the courtyard too. That drove me a little bit nuts. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! I guess they don't do cell searches very often in this game. Come to think of it, his body was covered in dirt. It had been caused by passing through the tunnel. Excuse me. Okay, what was the inside of the tunnel like? It was pitch black, so I really couldn't see much, but I took some photos. Please show us. This is spoons and forks. Were they used to dig the tunnel? But more importantly, what are these footprints? Footprints. They belong to a dog. Very interesting. This will surely be vital evidence. However, before we consider that, we have a big problem. Problem? J. Elbird could use this tunnel to move around freely. Detective, confirm his whereabouts post-haste. Perhaps he is... You may be right, sir. This is a big deal. After speaking with the guards, the search for J. Elbird was carried out immediately. They searched every nook and cranny of the detention center and the prison. But in the end, they found no sign of him. Well, that's not good. That is, in fact, extremely bad. Every 5 minutes, a new revelation that pretty much invalidated the claims the security made. Yeah, they're really bad at running this prison, it's true. Check pre-haste, too. Yeah, they keep saying they search every nook and cranny, yet they keep missing some really obvious stuff. March 28th, 5:34 p.m., detention center hallway. Did you contact the police? Yes, ma'am. We've already done that. We've set a security perimeter around the prison, ma'am. Right. This is the first scandal in our prison's history. We're so sorry. She's completely different from before. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? Thank you for finding the escapee's tunnel. But it's a little too late. Mr. Elbert has long since left here. I don't believe he has gone beyond the detention center. There are security gates located at the exit of the detention center. I believe it would have been difficult to get through those, wouldn't you agree? Maybe he has another tunnel. Certainly can't deny that possibility. However, anyway, there's no use in you being here now. Please return to your investigation. Yes, we'll do that. You guys, back to your post 2. Yes, ma'am! Detective Gumshoe, sir, we've got the results of that blood test you requested. Good work, pal! These are the forensic results on the blood stain found in Knightley's cell. So, what's it say, Mr. Edgeworth? The blood is confirmed to have been Knightley's. Alright, that's pretty much what we were expecting, so that's a good thing. Pretty on par to you? It is the usual for these games, most definitely. Is she hiding someone under that coat? She could be hiding an entire gang under that coat. It's huge. Hey, now that's good news. We found the bloodstain in Knightley's cell and discovered the tunnel the dog used. Furthermore, the security camera shows footage of a dog attacking Knightley in his cell. We have all the evidence we need. It's time we ask Dogen a few questions. Dogen, did you say? Please use utmost caution. That man even has henchmen outside of the prison. Outside of the prison? Is this related to his secret trade routes as the supplier? The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but that means back then. So he still won't talk? Even after all the trouble you went through to get the evidence transferred from the precinct? That's right. I don't know how many times I've tried. I can't report back empty-handed. That assassin sure is one tough cookie, huh? You had evidence transferred from the precinct. Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but no matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. The warden interrogates him herself. Why go that far? Lose your focus and he'll eat you alive. Be on your guard. Oh, you made Uncle Ray a little nervous. March 28th, 5:55 p.m., prison special cell. Ah, jeez. Judge Courtney, what are you doing here? Questioning a prisoner? Did you forget that we're investigating as well? Or rather, have you forgotten my warning? If you value your badge, you should not have appeared before me again. I'm sorry if you thought that I would abide by those words. I won't overlook something important just to heed your warning. I've come for a testimony about the truth of this case, which you have overlooked. You mean to say you require my humble services? As I promised, I've returned to prove that you are the culprit. Interesting. Do tell. Before that, you should first listen to our reasoning. We can say with confidence that Simon Keyes is the culprit. Only Simon Keyes could have moved Mr. Knightley into the prison. And we can show proof of this fact. But first, I'd like to hear your resolve, Prosecutor Edgeworth. If our reasoning is correct, will you submit it to us? Your prosecutor's badge. Ah! You'll deprive him of his badge? Is that a threat, pal? No, it's not a threat. Rather, an act of compassion. Normally, I wouldn't even have taken notice of you, since you have no right to investigate. However, if you were able to show proper resolve, I would be willing to let you be my opponent. Are you willing to risk it? Your prosecutor's badge? Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Very well. I trust my own reasoning, but moreover, At the moment, I am currently a defense attorney's assistant first and a prosecutor second. I will not sully the good name of the Edgeworth law offices. I intend to see my job through. I won't yield to your threats. So be it. Is this bravery or simple foolishness? On the goddess of law's behalf, I shall be the judge of that. Sebastian, allow me to. Yeah, I got it. I'm counting on you, Justine. Alright, we're gonna take her on directly this time. This is interesting. She's going after the badge! She does appear to have a gold gavel, which is terrifying. That would be so heavy. Luckily, she probably doesn't know about the tunnel, though, so we have that up on her right here. Oh my, yeah, Sebastian's the worst. Luckily, we don't appear to have to deal with him too much here. Yeah, she can extend the gavel, so that means she could probably wallop anybody, which is horrifying. Also, I just noticed, is that like a McGruff the Crime Dog angel that Dogen carved back there? Anybody else noticing that? I just caught that in the background. What the hell? Let's go ahead and save here, too. We haven't saved in a while. What is happening here? Why did he carve that? I presume you know of the incident Mr. Knightley caused the day before yesterday. He attacked a guard and stole his keys. Also, the keys have never been found. They're still out there somewhere. Afterwards, Simon Keyes stopped by his cell with an animal cage from the show. During this time, Mr. Knightley was able to use the stolen key to exit his cell. He then hid in the cage while it moved to the prison workroom. So, Mr. Keyes went to his cell after all. After hearing you talk about the security camera yesterday, we investigated it ourselves. Why don't you have a look? I have a printout of the security camera footage. This is the moment when Mr. Keyes visited Miss Knightley. Exactly. As you can see, the cage creates a huge blind spot in the cell. By using this blind spot, Mr. Knightley could have entered the cage. That is our reasoning. Blind spot. That means the camera doesn't actually show him entering the cage. At this time, there's still a possibility that Knightley never left his cell. But why would he be hiding inside of an animal cage? Mr. Knightley was planning to escape from prison. That is the only possibility. A prison escape? That's so cool! First Mr. Elbert, and now Mr. Knightley. I won't let him show me up! Okay, this isn't the time to get excited. J. Elbert's escape is no laughing matter. Simon Keyes was aiding Mr. Knightley in his escape. In other words, he was an accomplice. Not bad, Simon! Don't praise him! The cage was transported temporarily to the workroom. Originally, Mr. Knightley was to remain hidden until the end of the animal show. He would then be carried out along with the cage. I presume that was the plan. However, midway through the plan, he was betrayed by Simon Keyes and murdered. Which Courtney's reasoning does appear to make sense. However, there must be a hole somewhere. I must not overlook anything. Alright, this is gonna be tricky. Let's see. So we know of the incident he caused. Sure. He attacked a guard and stole his keys. Right, we know that. Afterwards, Simon Keyes stopped by his cell with an animal cage from the show. We know that because of the picture. During this time, Mr. Knightley was able to use the stolen keys to exit his cell. Possible, I suppose. He then hid in the cage while it was moved to the prison workroom. She says Mr. Knightley stole the keys, but he denied it, didn't he? Unless Knightley had the keys, this logic doesn't hold up. This will be the breaking point. Try pressing the testimony further. I forgot about that, but yeah, they couldn't ever find the keys, but Knightley says that he didn't have them. Do you have proof Knightley stole the keys? Is the only explanation as to how Mr. Knightley would have attacked the guard. We will know for certain the moment the guard regains consciousness. Is that really true? Ask Judge Courtney for more information. Yes. There is one point in your reasoning that is odd. If Knightley did indeed steal the key, I expect he tried to escape immediately. Was it really necessary for him to wait for Mr. Keys to help him escape? He simply chose the method with the highest probability of success. After stealing the key, he concealed it on his personage. As he waited for the opportune moment, this is what I believe. Sealed the key? Judge Courtney, such an oversight is unlike you. Knightley could not have concealed the key, and I can prove it. Knightley did not hide the key. The proof is the fact that he didn't have it on him? I mean, we didn't find a key on him. What else have we got here? Let's see. Body wasn't found during roll call. Bracelet right there. Search, they didn't find the murder weapon. I mean, there's the fact that we never found the key. There's that, I suppose. Show her the badge! See, the day before the body was found, the guard was escorting Knightley to a cell, was attacked and knocked unconscious. During the attack, the key of the cell was stolen, however, Knightley denied stealing it. Search for Knightley's cell was carried out, but the key was not found. Haven't the guards informed you yet? They searched Knightley after he attacked the guard, and the key was nowhere to be found. Since the key's location is unknown, your logic doesn't hold. That is not an issue. There is an explanation. Mr. Knightley had the key. It simply wasn't found. The reason being, he concealed it inside the chessboard. Chessboard? You mean the one concealed the murder weapon? Come now. How do we know whether or not the murder weapon was really there? What? Take some responsibility for your own words! That was all Sebastian's idea, after all. So, those two don't always agree on their reasoning. In other words, once we put all the pieces together, Mr. Knightley concealed the key he stole from the guard inside the chessboard. When Simon Keyes arrived, Mr. Knightley used the key to slip out of his cell. He entered the animal cage and was transported to the workroom. All thanks to his accomplice, Simon Keyes. Mr. Knightley had planned to be carried outside after the show had ended. However, he was betrayed by his accomplice and murdered during the circus performance. Mr. Keyes performed in the show. You would have had no opportunity to murder him during the circus performance. No opportunity? Is that so? A story plays itself out on the stage. And such was the case with the animal show. So she examined the contents of the show. The suspect plays the role of the villain who antagonizes the elephant heroine. In the final act, the villain is defeated by the heroine's love and all ends well. At that point, the suspect, in the role of the villain, is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit. Blown away? By the elephant? Was he hurt? After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. The suspect was absent from the stage for about 15 minutes. Are you saying the crime was committed during that time? Even in such a short period of time, it would still be possible to carry out the murder. Don't you think so? So, he committed the crime in 15 minutes and then returned to the stage. That may have been possible if the crime scene had been the prison. Judge Corton, actual crime took place in the detention center. I'm afraid I cannot accept that camera footage alone as evidence. As for evidence, I have it. Well then, please show us your evidence. Where is the evidence that shows the scene of the crime was the detention center? That's easy.
Take that.
This is... floor? Oh God, it's a flaw. I am unable to comprehend your mysterious ways. This is what we discovered. The area here was tested positive for Mr. Knightley's blood. This blood test, can it really be trusted? To begin with, how are you able to conduct a scientific investigation? I happen to have a subordinate. I can't vouch for his competence, but he is a man that I trust. A detective? This concerns me. I cannot think why one would disturb the order of law. Prosecutorial Investigation Committee's influence goes as far as the police department. Gumby's in trouble! Forgive me, detective. I'm afraid something bad may come of this. He's not apologizing. He's totally cool throwing him on the bus. Dog Jesus in the background is ridiculous. What the hell? Why did he carve that? Oh my god. We did it with science! I will accept the fact that blood was found at the detention center as evidence. However... How ridiculous. This is unthinkable of you, you third-rate prosecutor. Mr. DeBest, you're here? I'd completely forgotten about him. There's a giant contradiction in your statement. According to the security tape, a dog killed Knightley in his cell. Then, after he left the cell, the blood on the floor was wiped away. Shit. Ah! Did the dog wipe away the bloodstains? As if that could happen. That is possible. Of my Anubis, right, boy? What? That was one of the tricks I taught him while I was still in the outside world. He makes sure to hide any bloodstains he makes. So as to not to leave behind any evidence. I was saved, if only by chance. Shouldn't you have taught your dog to shake or something? Anubis also performs that trick very well. But the shake I taught him is a little different from others. First, he bites the victim's hand. Stop! 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 I don't want to hear anymore! I see. I understand. Prosecutor Edgeworth. It appears you've gathered a good hand. I'm glad you understand. My argument isn't over yet. Objection overruled. Hey now, that's a little harsh. Sebastian, would you allow me the privilege of explaining? Sure, Justine. You finally realize the murder occurred in the detention center. Therefore, that assassin's pet dog. My opinion has not changed. Unless I can understand how the dog was able to enter and leave the crime scene. I'm afraid I cannot accept your logic, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I've been waiting for you to say that. Now, let me show you. This evidence shows the route the dog used to go between the detention center and the prison.
Take that.
This photo. It shows a secret tunnel hidden in the prison. That's impossible. A secret tunnel? This tunnel was dug by the escaped prisoner, J. Elbird. It begins in his prison cell, and it's connected to a holding cell in the detention center, namely the victim's cell. I'm shocked. How did this? Suddenly Dogen's gone quiet. Dogen, you must have known of this, since you used this tunnel to commit murder. In the name of the goddess of law, I hereby reject Prosecutor Edgeworth's claim.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Evidence is everything. That remains true here, just as in the courtroom. Isn't that right? I have evidence here. Horace Knightley's autopsy report. Autopsy report? Since when? Why are you surprised? This was delivered straight from the police a short while ago. It's not complete yet, more of a preliminary report. Here, the very word of the goddess of law is written. Cause of death, stab wound to the neck. Died instantly. Murder weapon, sharp metal object. The victim was stabbed multiple times in the same spot with a sharp object. Although they were unable to determine the actual shape of the murder weapon, they have clear proof that it was a sharp metal object. So, you still stand by your claim that a dog used a sharp object to kill the victim? This can't be! That is all. The court is adjourned.
Objection!
But wait! The tunnel contains the dog's footprints! Perhaps it may have been one of Anubis's walking courses. I can never tell what Anubis gets up to outside my cell. Something feels unnatural about all this, but I have no evidence. Courtney Pie, you sure pulled out a hidden gem at the very last moment. Waited for the perfect time to reveal the autopsy report. I let her outwit me again? Appointed Attorney Shields. Here is the autopsy report from earlier. I apologize for the delay. No, it's all right. Thank you. Oh, this is not good. This is not good at all. Oh my god. An updated autopsy report? Yeah, it's good that he's on the other side of that trick for once. How does it feel, Edgeworth? I mean, we do happen to know one very particular sharp metal object. This isn't totally a mystery yet. I gladly accept it. Mr. Shields, I don't believe it's necessary to hold hands while exchanging documents. I'd advise you to stop. Huh? Persist any longer, and I shall call on the strength of the goddess of law. I'll be careful. Justine, well done. Just as I planned. I only acted in accordance to your instructions. Autopsy report came straight from the police. I can't refute it. However, if the murder weapon wasn't the dog, Dogen will be cleared of suspicion. The merciful goddess of law so decrees. If you choose to yield now, your badge will not be taken. What do you do, sir? She says that, but I'm gonna save. It's getting tense. Sometimes I zone out and stare out of my window and I'm pretty sure the people in the apartment complex next to me think I'm possessed or something. It's just good to spook the neighbors. Make the neighborhood more interesting. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. My answer remains the same. Judge Courtney, it is as I said before. I will see my job through. I will not yield to threats. So even now, you still refuse to give up? If you want to keep your badge, this may be your last chance. Right now, I am a defense attorney's assistant. What I protect is not my badge, but my client. The goddess of law grows weary of your sentiment. Now we're talking. Miles is starting to understand that a defense attorney never gives up. Actually, those are the words of your old man. My father. Really is in your blood. You're the spitting image of him right now. You said it yourself, you've changed since you were tainted by Von Karma. It's only now that I've actually come to believe it. Mr. Shields. Well then, Miles. Now's the time to put those skills to the test. Think beyond your limits. A murder weapon was a sharp object. Does that really negate your reasoning? Murder weapon was a sharp object. That's it. There were 5 chisels placed in those special cell. Dogen is a former assassin. Quite possible he could kill someone with just a chisel. In that case, the weapon that killed Horace Knightley was... Is that all? Well then, I suppose... Evidence is everything. Didn't you say? The murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, such a weapon has yet to be found. What? So what are you trying to say? The only decisive evidence is the actual murder weapon itself. And that was in plain sight this whole time. The real murder weapon is... Dogen's chisel. What did you say? Take responsibility for your own statements. The scene of the crime was Mr. Knightley's cell. You said so yourself. If the evidence changes, then so will my logic. That too is courtroom procedure, is it not? If the chisel was used, that means the killer was human. However, the fact remains that we cannot deny the security photo. Yeah, what about that photo? I'll give you the answer. This photo shows the moment... Dogen's dog leapt at Knightley. However, the victim did not die at that time. Didn't die? He was only knocked unconscious. The dog didn't move a dead body, it moved the unconscious Knightley. And the real killer was its owner. I see. If the victim was moved, it would have been possible for Dogen to commit the murder. And use the murder weapon. Indeed, the killer is Sirhan Dogen. It can only be you. I bet your teacher used to write on your report card. Needs to pay more attention on what others say. I think that describes you more. We examined that room, every crook and granny, right, Justine? We examined all 4 of Mr. Dogen's chisels. And found no traces of blood. Thank you, Judge Courtney. Thanks to you, I am now certain. Thanks to me? Whatever do you mean? When I came here earlier, I saw 5 chisels. That's right! There were definitely 5 there before! Ah, so the one that disappeared was... the smallest one, presumably for portable use. Dogen, where is that chisel? I'm not free to leave this place. I have no need of a portable chisel. Not free to leave? In that case, he mustn't have been free to hide the deadly chisel either. Dogen, you just dug your own grave. Seems you know something. Would you care to show it? I'm gonna save again. Catch up on Chad a little bit though. It's possible for a dog to jump on you and not die. Happens all the time. EP, good alibi. Good alibi. I need to blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. All right, I am back. Thank you very much. Yeah, don't forget that the police took blood samples from the floor in front of the bed, but they didn't notice the man-sized hole under the bed. That's kind of ridiculous. Dogen couldn't leave, so the place he hid the chisel is... It's either in the special cell or it's in the hallway.
Take that!
It must be here in the prison. Because the security gate, that's probably the case. You're supposed to point out where in the prison it's hidden! Oops. Alright, so I need to be more specific, apparently. Dogen didn't have time to take the chisel out of his cell. In that case, there's only one place he could have hidden it. I mean, he wasn't in the cell last time we came, though. So clearly he can leave sometimes.
Take that!
Dogen is a prisoner, so he can't leave his cell freely. Perhaps he could have sent his dog out to dispose of it. But he would not have been able to confirm the weapon's location. So, what does that leave? Above all else, special metal tools are allowed in this cell. Even if one chisel were to appear here, no one would suspect a thing. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of that. I see. Of course, it's always safest if you do something yourself. But I examined everything. I didn't find any hiding places in his cell. I am certain that the murder weapon is here. The reason you haven't found it is because it was cleverly hidden. You say I hid it. Where exactly? Think, where could he have hidden it? I have to remember everything up to this point. There must be some clue. Does this mean what I think it means? Let's get going, Mr. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, that dog hasn't barked at me once today. Previously, when I came to the special cell, it barked on Dogen's command. That's it! That's what's been out of place! There's just one place he could have hidden the murder weapon. Given up already? How dull, how dull.
Hold it!
I will present evidence. This piece of evidence shows where you concealed the murder weapon. Oh god. Now it's getting down to it. Sebastian with 2 offense, shut up! He's the worst! Oh my god. Let's see. Let's see, what do we got? I gotta look carefully. I mean, it could just be about the dog's barking. We could do that right there. What do we want to show here? Autopsy reports. That's a good thread. I like it. I like it. Hey, LTG, welcome in. How are you doing today, LTG? Oh, I hadn't gotten the significance of Dogen's serial number, and then I just realized it's boss. That's awesome. All right, so... There's a couple things we could do here. I'm not 100% sure where we want to go. I'm gonna try the dog first.
Take that!
Hasn't your dog been awfully quiet today? Now that you mention it, hasn't barked at all. Before it was... Sir Dogan, open that dog's mouth now. Anubis doesn't bark needlessly. I ordered him not to do that before. In that case, order it to bark now. Naturally, you should be able to, if you have nothing to hide. It was inevitable. Anubis, show them your mouth. Ha-ha! As you can see, a dog of this size can easily... What? Why a chisel? The dog really had one in its mouth. I thought he was unusually quiet. Was he unable to follow the discussion? Sebastian? Could you call the forensics department urgently, please? Ugh, I got it. A reaction! This chisel tests positive for blood! What? I guess that proves my theory wasn't just nonsense. Would this chisel be the murder weapon then? It reacted positively for blood. There is no doubt about that. Well, very good doggo if you're, you know, a master assassin that needs to conceal murder weapons. Jesus. Good doggo, bad crimes. That could be a book title. Anubis? I mean, he is the dog of a master assassin, so probably. Probably. The dog ate his homework. LTG, I believe it. I believe it. Until I see proof otherwise, I believe this. Not muscular, just really white. I mean, that works too. Mr. Sirhan Dogan, now that the burner weapon has been found, I must ask you for your testimony. We know how your dog got to the detention center, and we found the murder weapon. Do you still think you can talk your way out of this? Interesting. This guy, even at a time like this, he's still smiling. Well, Anubis, it seems everyone has become suspicious of you. Quite troubling, but since it's come to this, we have no choice but to tell the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've long since grown weary of killing. What's this? His face looks completely composed. It seems you'll need to listen to Mr. Dogan's explanation. Please promptly give your testimony. Certainly. First of all, I would like you to explain my motive. I do not know anyone by the name of Knightley. We share no connection. So, I wouldn't think some motive for murder would just appear out of nowhere. Or are you insinuating my Anubis had a motive? He only bears his fangs at others on my command. I do not hunger for blood so much as to kill a man I do not even know. Ah, coming from an assassin, it sure is persuasive. An assassin who only kills acquaintances? I doubt that'd be profitable. I may kill strangers in my line of work, but I never make it personal. Is there evidence that shows a connection between Knightley and Dogan? There is! I should thoroughly review my evidence once more. We already know that we have a piece of evidence that we can use here. Alright, so let's save. Let's see, I'm gonna press him on the statement just to make sure there's anything else there. Alright. The Shadiest Doggo Crimes. Coming soon to CBS. He does does have that sort of like xenomorph slash conehead thing going on right there. Dogen versus the killer, that'd be awesome.
Hold it.
You didn't know Knightley. It's not like you to say something like that. You overestimate me considerably. Did you have such a hard time arresting me in the past? I've already looked into it. You are the prison supplier. Naturally, you would have known about the other prisoners. Hearing one thing and knowing 10 is just an ideal. It's true, I do hear things. However, that doesn't mean I know everything. I've never heard of anyone named Knightley. He says they don't share a connection. However...
Objection.
You've lost your touch, Sirhan Dogen. If you had your dog clean up after you, you should have disposed of this too. This is a record of a correspondence chess game found in the victim's cell. This record and the chessboard in your cell both clearly depict the same game. What? I've heard that the number of possible chess positions is around 10 to the power of 120. 10 times 10? 120 times. 100, 1,000, is that even a real number? Indeed. There's absolutely no way those two could have coincided by chance. Tell us your reason for killing Knightley. Unless you intend to explain this as a coincidence. Well, don't they say that the truth is stranger than fiction? It is as you said. This is merely a coincidence. But there's no way that could have happened! My correspondence chess opponent was the victim in this incident? What a horrible coincidence. Aren't you shocked too, Anubis? So he's claiming that's just coincidence. I suppose there aren't any names on the correspondence, but it would have to move through the prison somehow, so he's got to know where it's going. Yeah, don't bring the dog in like that. What the hell? Yeah, she only got to 1,000 and then she gave up. Not working very hard there. He ran into my chisel. He ran into my chisel 10 times. Looks like I'll have to tell them the truth. Anubis, my boy. The animal show or something. That was when everyone left. Anubis brought the body to my cell. He had already been stabbed in the neck with a murder weapon. I did not wish to be suspected, so I had Anubis carry the body to the workroom. After that, he pulled out the murder weapon and returned to me. So you're saying the one who pulled the weapon out was Anubis? That's right. If I pulled out the murder weapon here, the blood would have been a problem. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this what that solid guy said? A large black dog was biting into the neck of the victim. What did you say? It was a truly hellish scene. That dog killed him. I see. So that means saw it, witnessed the moment the murder weapon was pulled out. Oh yes, that prisoner's testimony surprised me when I first heard it. It's not often that Anubis makes a blunder like that, right boy? Now, I believe that explains my actions. I did not kill him. All I did was remove the murder weapon. Now, will that be all? Anubis is getting tired.
Objection.
Whoa there, just a moment, Mr. Dogen. Mr. Shields. Isn't there one thing you haven't explained? Why would you need to pull out the murder weapon in the first place? That's right. I understand why he'd moved the body to draw suspicion away from him. But he didn't need to retrieve the murder weapon. I thought him just a fool, but how quickly his scent has changed. Care to elaborate, Mr. Dogen? It was because of this bell. the bell attached to the murder weapon, and the bell on my dog's neck. They share a distinctive shape, wouldn't you say? The assassin Sirhan Dogan's trademark. An assassin's trademark? The blind assassin, Sirhan Dogan. He always appears at the sound of a bell. The sound of a bell ringing in the dark of night is said to be the last thing his target hears. You remember well. It has been a while since you last saw my bells, after all. When I prosecuted you in court, I confiscated a knife with that bell attached to it. Yes, my bells. There are only 2 in the world. Only 2? They're custom made, attached to my knife and Anubis's collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. Except the chisel had a knife on it too. What are we talking about here? Oh, they're doing a new Code Geass? That's interesting. I need to watch that sometime. I've heard it's pretty good. Why does he have candles in his cell if he's blind? I don't know, that seems like a terrible idea. Although if you remember at the beginning of the case, he only actually lit the candles for guests. He didn't have them on normally. Hey Repscallion, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. When Anubis brought the body here, I heard a familiar sound. I thought my knife must have been embedded in the body. So imagine my confusion when I found out that it was merely a chisel with my bell attached. Indeed, your knife is nothing like this chisel. Either way, those bells are my trademark. Moreover, I'm the only one in this prison who uses chisels. With all this, I knew I would be falsely suspected. So I removed the murder weapon and hid it.
Hold it!
So you're claiming that you only moved the body? Didn't I tell you? That chisel isn't mine. If you think I'm lying, go ahead and check for my fingerprints. Sebastian. Me? But how do I check for forensics? Yes, ma'am. Reaction. We have fingerprints. They're Knightley's, Justine. What about Dogan's? Nope, just Knightley's. And there's no evidence of prints being wiped either. So the only prints on the chisel are the victims? Only Knightley's fingerprints? It can't be. Should we re-examine it? See now? I never even touched that chisel. Because I ordered Anubis to carry it in his mouth. In other words, the fingerprints belong to the chisel's original owner. The murder weapon's owner was the victim? This is perplexing. At any rate, I did not touch the murder weapon. In other words, the killer could not have been me. Isn't that right? I have nothing to refute that. How could this... Is he really not the killer? Could Dogan's testimony actually be true? This can't be. It seems this is sufficient enough not to warrant any further explanation. Oh shit. Oh, we're in trouble. Now, how did the prints last inside his mouth? I have seen some dogs carry things very gingerly. Some dogs can actually carry an egg inside their mouth without cracking it. As it stands, you have not changed the state of this case. I believe this is more than enough reason for us to relieve you of your badge. To save any needless fuss, I'd suggest you hand over your badge now. This is bad, sir! You sound serious! That's regrettable, but... those prints as decisive evidence, I'll have to rethink my logic from step one. are still many unexplained things. Why would Mr. Knightley be carrying a chisel? Could be used for many things, perhaps even prison escapes. Well then, how did he carry it into the prison? I mean, the prisoners aren't even allowed cutlery. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Even if your reasoning is off at first, you shouldn't let that confuse you. The most important thing is to arrive at the truth. Isn't that right? Doesn't matter how you get there. End result is to save Simon. We have to do everything we can for his sake. Well said, Kay. Nice one, Kay. I really want to scout you for the law firm now. Remember when Uncle Ray said, a defense attorney never gives up? Miles, do you understand the true meaning behind those words? True meaning? Those words? Defense attorneys carry the fate of their clients on their shoulders. You are the only person your client can rely on. Just like with Mr. Keyes, we're the only people who can save him now. We are linked by fate to our clients. That's why we must never give up. There's no way Uncle Ray can go against the teachings of Gregory. So, what'll you do? Currently, I am a defense attorney's assistant. No, an assistant at my father's firm. I've made a commitment to this case. Therefore, if I don't save my client, I cannot say I've achieved it. I will abide by this to save Simon Keyes. No matter how many times my logic fails, I will always find another possibility. Okay, you're finally back. Well then, let's search for that other possibility. Start with, do you think there was a way Mr. Knightley could have brought the chisel into the prison? The method Knightley used to bring the chisel into the prison was...
Take that!
Normally, metal objects can't be brought into the detention center or the prison. You'd just be caught by the security gate. However, there is one way to avoid this, and that is if they're sent in a package to the detention center. Because for some reason, they don't metal detect the packages, which seems like a terrible idea. Retrievers have a soft grip for hunting, that makes sense. Relentlessly, my dog once swallowed a boiled egg whole because she knew it would be confiscated. Dogs, when they think you're going to take food from them, do crazy things. Oh, jeez. I hope she was okay, too. Oh, God. Sounds unpleasant going down, at least. The gate is only used on people. In other words, packages sent to the detention center undergo a simpler check. But they don't use a metal detector for that. This never should have happened. It seems the guards were too careless. By a lot! On the plus side, though, your dog probably knows what it feels like to be a snake at this point. That's a good experience, probably. Knowing this, Knightley asked Simon to send him a package. Namely, a chessboard containing the chisel. Well, this has solved one of our problems. The fact that the chisel was not Mr. Dogan's, but Mr. Knightley's. Alright. So now we know what that hidden compartment was for as well. Given this, one major issue remains. Security cameras show a dog attacking the victim. I'm gonna save again here too. As long as that exists, I will maintain that Dogan is the killer. But Dogan never touched the murder weapon. I'm stumped. We also desire a conclusion to this matter. Mr. Edgeworth, we can use one of my secret weapons, sir! Secret weapon number 4, the video analyzing machine, Mr. Analysis! What's with that ridiculous name? I named it myself, sir. This will let us analyze video footage in detail. Go ahead. You'll soon see I'm not lying. I don't know what'll come of this, but all we can do now is investigate. I know what we're gonna see on this camera, I'm pretty sure. And it's not the dog. Mr. Edgeworth, do you know how to use Mr. Analysis? Video analysis machine. Should I hear how to use it? Yeah, let's hear. Detective Gumshoe, can you show me how to use it? Of course, sir. Fundamentally, it's the same as investigating a crime scene. You just examine anything that piques your curiosity. To examine, I just press the examine button. Now, I'd like you to look at the buttons at the bottom right of the monitor. The left and right buttons will rewind and fast forward respectively. And the center button lets you pause the video. Let's make good use of it to advance our investigation, sir. While paused, you can go to the previous frame or the next frame. You just use the same left and right buttons as before, sir. Next, I'll explain how to zoom in. Just point the cursor at the area you want to zoom in on and press the button on the lower left of Mr. Analysis. The one that says Zoom Plus. And after you've zoomed in, you can examine it just like you would with the original image. Use the previous frame and next frame buttons to examine frame by frame. But you can't actually play back the video in this mode, so keep that in mind. And what should I do if I want to zoom out? Just press the bottom left button on Mr. Analysis again, sir. Now it should say zoom minus. And that concludes the explanation, sir. Well then, let's turn on Mr. Analysis. Use Mr. Analysis to examine any suspicious part of the video, sir. This is the video from the detention center's camera. I believe this was the moment when Knightley was being attacked by the dog. If that wasn't the case, then what does it show? The person in this video really Knightley? What is the true form of the black silhouette attacking this person? Check the video and try to find the answers to these two questions. It could be unexpected things in unexpected places. Sure to check every nook and cranny of the video, sir. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright, so we never do get a good look at the victim's face, I don't think, unless it shows up in the mirror at some point. It might here? Oh, it's right in front of his face, damn it. I think that's worth examining though, hang on. Zoom. I think that's worth seeing right there, one way or the other. Oh god, the blue badger. Yeah, there's no enhance button, what the hell? A reflection of this person can be seen in the mirror. Hey, Alex! Welcome in, Alex. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. And to anybody from Alex's stream that doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That's Shady's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. And today we are playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2, the only Ace Attorney game never officially released in English. Horror Game Nerd, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. And if anybody in here is not following Alex, you gotta jump in there. He plays anything, he plays everything. Lots of interesting, quirky indie titles, some cool multiplayer stuff that you can play with him sometimes. He's just really fun to hang out with and chat with as well. One of my favorite people on Twitch to chat wrestling about, definitely. So make sure to click that link, give him a follow, check him out next time he's live. You're gonna have a blast over there. Oh, Supermarket Simulator. I think that just came out, didn't it? How are you enjoying that one so far? Lots of wrestling stuff to discuss after tonight? Ooh. Oh, tonight was Windy City Riot, right? Oh, I'm a little jealous because, you know, I live in the Windy City and I didn't go see it, but I heard it's a banger. Oh, nice! You got that sub from Kissa? Awesome. Hope you enjoy those emotes, Horror Game Nerd. Oh, it's so addicting. I'm glad you're having a good time with it, Alex. That's awesome. And thanks for bringing the community over here. So right now we are reviewing some security footage, trying to figure out what happened. Is that a cap on his head? Actually, looks kind of like the caps the prison guards wear, sir. You don't think it was a guard who was attacked? Have you received a report of any dog being attacked, or guard being attacked by an animal? No, not that I've heard, sir. And it was someone else wearing a guard uniform. Let's see. I have evidence that shows what this cap is. We found a stolen guard's uniform. Or we heard about a stolen guard's uniform.
Take that!
There was no report of a guard being attacked by an animal. However, we did hear that a guard's uniform was stolen. I will say Tony Khan's addiction to the movie Time Cop is killing me. What's wrong with Time Cop, though? You gotta love you some Time Cop. Putting two and two together, I'd say this was a disguise for the purpose of a prison escape. Disguised as a guard? That sounds like it could have been successful, sir. Huh? Speaking of prison escapes. Indeed, that person certainly was successful. If the person in this video is not Knightley, perhaps that black shadow is not a dog either. If you zoom in, you should be able to see its real shape, sir. Alright, so we've got to figure out what the animal is now. If we can catch it before it jumps. Maybe after it jumps? See if we can zoom in here. Aha! This is... I fear we have made a grave miscalculation. This animal, this silhouette, no matter how you look at it, it is not a dog. This animal is... The silhouette, I'd say the animal is not a dog, but a bear. We've wanted 2 dynamites in a collision the last month. Every intermission he'd come out and talk about Time Cop. Then today on Twitter he posted a picture of himself at Windy City Riot. Say, I'm backstage at Rampage airing now on TBS, but also here at Windy City Riot. Like I'm in Time Cop? Oh my god. That is the weirdest meme ever. What the hell? I didn't even realize that, Alex. That's hilarious. And just really weird. So then, in that photo I took, those footprints must have belonged to this bear, yes. Alright. Huh? Did you say a bear? Yes, that man is the first to come to mind. We were all under the impression that the person in this video was Knightley. But it's a cell after all, why would anyone else? That line of logic no longer holds. Remember the tunnel under his bed. It's possible whoever used this tunnel is the one in the video. It seems it is time to answer that question. Just who is the person in this video? The person in this video is...
Take that!
The person wearing the guard's uniform is... the escaped prisoner, J. Elbird. Probability is extremely high. His pet is a polar bear cub. But the bear here is black! We have evidence that can explain this matter. The reason the polar bear became black is... because... say here? I don't know if it says there, hang on. I know what it is, I just gotta make sure we find what evidence it is. Or do we want to use the glove? I don't know. This maybe? I'm not 100% sure how to prove this, but I know what it is. Bolos, you did it? Oh, well, that solves everything. You should have told us earlier. I maintain the doggo is innocent until obviously proven guilty. It sure sounds like he's innocent now. I think we may have actually proven that.
Take that!
Think back to Frank Sowit's testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on this glove come from? Ah, that's the mud from my mud packs. At the time, I was practicing applying my mud packs. Could you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident? Since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 a.m. The mud packs turned the animals' bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. During the animal show, Mr. Sawit was applying mud packs to the animals. So then, among those animals was this polar bear, yes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, there's a huge contradiction in your argument. The security camera footage. Judge Courtney, you're quite right. Sawit used the mud packs during the animal show. Knowing this, a new contradiction in the video comes to light. A new contradiction? Kay, do you know when this footage was taken? It was after the mud packs were used. That would put it around 9 a.m. In that case, you should notice something strange about this video. Huh? What's strange about it? Strange thing that contradicts the time this video was taken is... the time code down here, I assume?
Take that!
The time Sawit covered the polar bear in mud was around 9 a.m., which means the video should also have been taken at 9 a.m. However, the timestamp reads 6 a.m. On that day, the prisoners went to the courtyard to watch the animal show. At this time, only 3 people remained behind. Dogan in the special cell, Sawit in the workroom applying his mud packs, and the one who put his escape plan in motion at that moment, J. Elbert. Elbert left the polar bear in Sawit's care and entered the secret tunnel. However, the bear escaped from Sawit and followed after its owner. And just as he was chasing after the escaped bear, Sawit happened to witness the dog pulling the murder weapon out of the body. If Sawit's testimony is correct, this video must have been taken in around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is off by 3 hours. Why would the timestamp be off like that? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to examine the security camera. See if the timestamp's accurate, I suppose. That could be a thing. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I asked all the guards and... It seems the camera's power was cut off for a moment, throwing off the timestamp. What? The camera's an old model, so if it loses power, the clock stops as well. In that case, this means the camera's power was cut for 3 hours. Interesting. While I'm at it, I've got some more information for you, sir. You heard that Knightley denied stealing the key, right? Seems nobody would believe the word of a criminal, but Knightley testified I was knocked out too. Now, that may not necessarily be a lie. My, there you all are. This room's getting crowded. Making progress in your investigation? Can I be of any help? Actually, Warden Roland, there is something we must report to you. The escaped prisoner, J. Elbert, is most likely still inside the prison. He has disguised himself. Here's the proof. The person visible in the security video is Elbert. So perhaps he's still in this very building. Come to think of it, didn't Mr. Elbert have a bracelet like the other prisoners? The bracelet would have been concealed under the uniform's sleeves. Moreover, the prison's main gate does not have a sensor to detect bracelets. All he would have to do is avoid any doors with sensors inside the prison. That's right. So if he didn't enter the cells or the workrooms, could one of you guys be J. Elbert? Ah, Rocky! Stop it! What are you doing? It would seem that Rocky has answered that question for us. No! Rocky, it's all your fault. The little guy loves you so much, it's enviable. Right then, seize him at once. Wait, there's something we must hear from this prisoner. It's necessary if we're to find the truth. I'd like permission to interrogate him. Understood. What do you want out of me? Elbert's escape route is linked to Knightley's cell, so it's highly likely he knows something about the crime. I'd like to ask you about the day the body was found. Got him! Now, this prison's technology is terrible. What is happening here? Hey, Kitsubin, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. How did the warden not notice the prisoner they were looking for literally standing right there? What the hell? So, it's you guys. You were the ones who found my secret tunnel? Took me ages to dig that. The day this body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise. Then Rocky followed after me. When he was all covered in mud, I panicked and returned to my cell. Damn, if only you guys hadn't shown off. If only Knightley hadn't died. You say you dug the tunnel. What did you use to dig it? Oh, that. Just hammers, spoons, stuff like that. I bought them from the supplier, but it was all for nothing. No need to lose your temper. There's always next time. On the day of the incident, it's possible that Elbert met Knightley while he was still alive. I'll have to listen to his testimony carefully. Hey, DB Stewart, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope we're doing well. Spoons, classic prison escape implement. Alright, so yeah, we found the secret tunnel. Took him ages to dig that. I'm gonna press him on this one, though.
Hold it.
So, you dug that hole alone? Damn right I did. Could a tunnel like that really be dug by one person? Wow, such a wasted effort. Kid like you wouldn't understand. Never rely on others. Never let the others see you. Those are the rules we live by in here. Well, as a great thief, I kind of see where you're coming from. Okay, don't agree with him. No, I was just joking. Well, I wasn't. Damn, why'd it come to this? So the day the body was found was the day he had planned to escape. He was in disguise.
Hold it.
Did you obtain the guard's uniform from the supplier too? Yeah, that's right. Seems he got it by threatening a guard. That guy went and stole it from someone's locker. So when you went through the tunnel, you were already dressed like a guard. No, to ensure that the clothes wouldn't get stained with mud, I carried them with me. Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the cell doors was simple. And that's when Rocky ran up and jumped on me. That must be the moment the security camera captured. I see. Could you add that to your testimony? But once he got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the cell doors was simple, he says.
Hold it.
Getting out of the cell doors was simple, you say? Yeah, compared to going through that tunnel, it was very simple. You inhabit a prison, yet you seem to know the layout of the detention center quite well. What's so wrong about that? Sure, I've been in the detention center too. In that case, he should have known about it from the start. When Knightley was in his cell, the door would have been locked. Which means there was one piece of evidence Elbert needed to escape. Alright, so let's save here. And I'm not 100% sure here, but I think we need to do this.
Objection.
Yep. You say it was simple getting through the cell door. Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that? Even though you managed to arrive at Knightley's cell, opening the door wasn't so simple. How did you intend to unlock the cell door? J. Elbird, you had the key to Knightley's cell. I ain't got nothing like that. That's it. It was open. It was already unlocked when I got there. Indeed, the cell was vacant after Knightley's death, which is why, at the time we conducted our investigation, it was unlocked. Your successful escape attempt occurred after Knightley's death, so the door would have been open. However, you had tried to escape once before then. The plan was foiled thanks to Rocky. The video shows it. Yes, that was during the animal show, before Knightley's death was known. And the cell door was locked because no one knew he was dead. Without the key to Knightley's cell, your escape would have been impossible. Ugh. That means it can't be. It's exactly what you think. In the case of the stolen key, the culprit is J. Elbird. You were the one who attacked the guard, weren't you? The guard and Knightley too, in order to steal the cell key. It wasn't me. I don't know any Knightley. After stealing the key, you returned to your cell as a precautionary measure. Then you waited for a time when the prison would be most vacant. That was just before Knightley's death became known. In other words, during the animal show. But in the end, the plan was foiled thanks to Rocky. Don't screw with me. If you don't have evidence, I'll still win by decision. Go ahead and save again. Yeah, the uniform gave him the Clark Kent Superman type effect. Hey VK, good morning. How are you doing today, VK? How's your weekend going? Hope you're doing well. Besides, it was that Knightley guy who attacked the guard, right? I think not. Regarding the theft of the keys, Knightley was the victim. This proves Knightley was the victim who was attacked in his cell. I think this?
Take that.
No, that's not it. Dang it. I'm doing good, DB Stewart. How about yourself? How's your weekend going? Alright, so that wasn't it. Oh, no, I know what they're getting at. I know what they're getting at. This proves Knightley was the victim who was attacked in the cell.
Take that.
Knightley's cell, there were traces of his blood, which had been wiped away. I believe there's more than enough proof Knightley was attacked in his cell. You attacked those two people and stole the key, didn't you? We got him on the ropes! I never thought you'd find the bloodstains I wiped away with the newspaper. Why would you go through all the trouble wiping the bloodstain? On the hands of Knightley and the guard were the obvious signs of a scuffle, you know. If the bloodstains weren't covered, they'd find out there was another attacker. And if anyone looked around the bed, the tunnel I dug would be discovered. So, you were trying to buy more time for your escape attempt. But I'm afraid to say your plan still ended in failure. Now then, hand over the keys to Knightley's cell. Why is it in slow motion? KO! Ring the bell! That was so excessive. No way! How could an amateur like you knock me out? Here, I got the keys right here. He's a bear leaping away dramatically. That was so dramatic. He got to safety. He's okay. He's okay. Oh, jeez. Hold it. If you have that key, then that means... That's right, Judge Courtney. You reasoned that Knightley stole the key and used it to leave his cell. From there, he entered Mr. Key's cage and was moved to the workroom. However, the very foundation of that hypothesis has collapsed. How? I see. In that case, there was only one person who could have moved Knightley. The criminal must have been someone who knew about the secret tunnel. Hey, are you suggesting... J. Elbert, you're under arrest, pal. Wait, I didn't do nothing. Sure, I knocked out those two guys, then I stole the keys. And after that, I waited for the perfect time to enter that guy's cell. But the cell was empty then. There was no dead body either. And also, how could I have gotten into the workroom? I couldn't even leave my own cell, right? It's true, you only had the key to Knightley's cell. But there's also Dogen's dog. What? It'd be possible for the dog to carry the body from the cell to the workroom. I see. So you're saying there was an accomplice. A crime would have been possible if Elbert and Dogen were working together. It's perfectly plausible. Somehow Elbert managed to carry Knightley's body to his own cell. And then the dog must have carried it to the workroom. Yes, because all the animals can move freely in the prison. But that's not the case for the path between the detention center and the prison. Only one who could use that route was you, J. Elbert. What if there was another route that you didn't know about? There couldn't have been. The tunnel is a straight path, is it not? Yeah, seems like it. I didn't have enough time to dig any more than I did. I only dug halfway up the corridor. What? You mean to say you didn't dig the entire tunnel? When I got to that cell, the tunnel was already there. There is a tunnel linking my cell to the well. Looking down the well from the courtyard, there's no mistaking it. They've always been connected. I just continued the tunnel with my digging. What was that hole doing there in the first place? Who knows? Maybe another inmate dug in an attempt to escape. Or maybe the animals dug it. Maybe they wanted to drink from the well. It's highly doubtful. There's no water in that well anymore. It's all dried up. Wait a minute. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. Nice scent? I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy. A scent. I believe we've come across it before. We know this scent from... the body.
Take that!
Knightley's body was giving off a sweet candy-like scent. We used a police dog to track that scent, and that led us to discover the tunnel. By any chance, could this be the same scent as the well? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I know what you're trying to say. But the scent proves the body was carried down through the tunnel. Exactly. And J. Elbert. You are the only one who could have used the tunnel. Thank you, Mr. Elbert. I'm very grateful to you. At last the truth comes to light. Mr. Elbert, wouldn't it be wise to confess now? I mean, caught up on chat right here. This isn't Baki, the bear will live. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, the breakdowns are some of the best parts of this. Oh my god. I didn't do nothing. I mean, I did some of it, but not all of it. I only liked the first season of Prison Break. After that, it got a little ridiculous. Hey, Valkos. Welcome in, Valkos. How are you doing today? How's your weekend going? To being an accomplice, I mean. Don't tell me even you suspect me too. Judge Courtney, it seems that you and I have come to the same conclusion. Not at all. Our thoughts on this matter are still quite different. Mr. Elbert was certainly an accomplice, but an accomplice to Horace Knightley.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Mr. Elbert did not move the body. He simply lent the victim his keys. It would seem Mr. Elbert did indeed strike Mr. Knightley on the head. However, Mr. Knightley was not knocked out. The two must have made a little negotiation. Negotiation? For Mr. Knightley's escape plan to work, he would have needed the keys to his cell. So, Mr. Elbert stole them from the guard. On the other hand, for Mr. Elbert to escape, he needed to get to Mr. Knightley's cell. But if Mr. Knightley had seen him and yelled, the plan would have gone down the drain. And so, they negotiated. I didn't negotiate nothing! Oh, you still intend to deny it? I see. So in other words, we're back where we started. Mr. Elbert opened the cell door and Mr. Knightley entered Mr. Key's cage. And then he was moved into the prison. Of course! And then he was killed in the prison workroom.
Objection!
Weren't you listening? The scent on the body shows it must have been moved through the tunnel. Knightley was moved from the detention center through the tunnel. Please wait until someone is finished before speaking. I do not claim that he wasn't moved through the tunnel. What? You don't? The scent shows that the body was moved through the tunnel. However, that does not mean it came from the detention center. What do you mean? It sure sounds like a contradiction to me. Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. Possible the body was dropped down from there. Courtyard? Ah, the well in the courtyard. Mr. Keyes carried the cage not to the workroom, but to the courtyard. Mr. Knightley was killed in the courtyard and his body was dropped down the well. And then, the body at the bottom of the well was moved by Mr. Dogan's dog. Now, there's one thing I'd like you to all remember. Before the body was discovered, what was happening in the courtyard? The animal show, right? Regina and Simon were there. Wait, Simon? Ah! I see you understand. Who then dropped the body down the well? Judge Courtney. She's a tough opponent. She's a judge, and yet she doesn't have the beard. It's bizarre. Work week was pretty good. Very busy as well, Valkos. Hope you get some time to relax this weekend. All right, I need to blow my nose out real quick. I will be right back, folks. Alright, sorry about that. Why does she have an extendable mallet? Have you ever heard the phrase, the long arm of the law? That's it. She has it. Her flexible way of thinking enables her to adapt and come up with her own deductions. Allergies suck. I hate them. Mr. Knightley was not carried to the workroom, but to the courtyard. And Mr. Keyes was off stage for 15 minutes. This was when he dropped Mr. Knightley down the well, It's as simple as that. Judge Courtney, your reasoning is sound, I'll admit that. However, let's say the body was dropped down the well. That didn't have to be done during the show. Could have happened at a different time. Unfortunately for you, Prosecutor Edgeworth, that is not possible. What? When the show started, Mr. Elbird was in the tunnel on his way to the cell block. Mr. Elbird, at that time, did you happen to see a body in the tunnel? Nope, nothing like that. So, if the body had been dropped before the show, Mr. Elbird would have seen it. However, he has stated he did not see a body. So, it is impossible to think the body was dropped before the show. After the show, the body was discovered in the workroom. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then being moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes. Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do? Body was moved through the well. It does put Mr. Keyes at a major disadvantage. However, the notion that the body was moved through the well is only a hypothesis. That doesn't mean there is evidence. I am obligated to recognize that fact. Will you allow me to investigate the courtyard once more? I give my approval in the name of the Goddess of Law. Reinvestigating the courtyard. I fear this may be our final chance. Oh? What? Ah, fire! Could be another prison break, pal! Should we evacuate? Everyone, please remain calm. This is just a signal for the evening meal. It's a little loud, so I can understand why you'd be surprised. Sure scared me! I'm terribly sorry. And with that, everyone, please return to your posts. It's a hell of a dinner alarm, what the shit? Themis is the Greek goddess of law and represents law, order, and justice. According to Greek mythology, Themis was gifted with foresight and prophecy, and she was extremely wise. Isn't there a video game with Themis in the title? Sounds familiar. J. Elbird, it's also time for you to return to your room. I got it. Let's go, Rocky. Warden Roland, we will be proceeding to the courtyard for another investigation. Is it time for you to go home as well, Mr. Edgeworth? Looks like we're out of time. Why don't you continue this another time? But the investigation! Today's been a big day, right? With the escaped prisoner and all. So I'm afraid I can't let outsiders like you loiter around any longer. Ugh. This is my decision as the warden of this prison. Looks like it can't be helped. The warden's word can be called the law of the prison. Prosecutor Edgeworth, this means we will have to carry on our investigation another day. Until then, you may hold on to your prosecutor's badge. And with that, I leave you. Now, I think it's time you all left. Well, it looks like we'll have to continue the investigation tomorrow. Knight's body was dropped down the well and was carried to the workroom for Mr. Elbird's cell. This is Judge Courtney's logic, but is it correct? And Judge Courtney claims that Mr. Keyes transported him, but is Mr. Keyes really the only one with a chance to move him? Mr. Edgeworth, let's do our best tomorrow. We have to save Simon, no matter what. Indeed, I agree. Must prove Mr. Keyes' innocence without fail. To be continued. Yeah, that mink scarf appears to be alive. It's kind of weird. That's why you have the in-universe lost tool called the Famous Academy. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, the scarf seems to be emoting. I would assume it's alive there. March 29th, 10:12 a.m., prison courtyard. Courtyard. Depending on what we find here, the entire incident could become clear. However, there's nothing left here. Yesterday. Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. Possible the body was dropped down from there. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom. Could only have been done during the show. The only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes. Was the body dropped down the well or not? This could be the decisive clue that we need to reach the truth of the matter. Before I continue with the investigation, I should organize my evidence. Unnecessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been rearranged. Let's see here. Hey, there's a grate here. The well's run dry after all. They even put a lock on it. Lockpicking is one of my specialties. Want to see? There's absolutely no need for you to show off. Ah, come on! Don't be like that! Whoa! What happened, Kay? The lock is broken! Judging from the looks of it, feels like it was broken some time ago. So the lock was broken. This means that anyone could have dropped the body down this well. According to Judge Courtney's reasoning, Mr. Keyes murdered Knightley in the courtyard. Then, during the show, he disposed of the body in the well. Think so? Did he really use the well to move the body? Ah, I know! Let's get Missile to help us out again. You should be able to track the scent of the body. Good idea. Let me contact Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Detective Gumshoe here. Detective, I have a favor to ask of you. We would like for you to bring Missile to the prison courtyard. Sounds like you need help with one of my 7 secret weapons again, huh, sir? I thought Missile belonged to the police department. And also, I would like for you to contact a witness. Please contact Regina Berry of the Berry Big Circus and bring her here. Roger that, sir! I'll bring her over in a flash! So, what should we do while we wait for Gummy? How about some hide and seek? What are you talking about, Kay? There's nowhere to hide here. I don't think that is the issue. Kay, during times like this, isn't it your turn to shine? Oh, that! You want me to recreate the crime scene? Huh? How do you do that? See for yourself. The Great Thief's secret weapon, Little Thief. Whoa, what's that? Screens floating in midair? Just what are you doing, Kay? I'm entering the information needed for the simulation. Mr. Shields, this Little Thief is a tool that can recreate a crime scene based on the information it is given. Should I set up for how this place was like when we came here yesterday? Yes, I believe they were in the middle of taking down the set. We didn't pay enough attention to the well, so it's possible we may have missed a clue. Leave it to me. I took a picture of the place too. There, and there. Data entry complete. Now to set the projection to maximum output. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird terrors take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. What? What just happened? I recreated the courtyard from yesterday, based on the information I entered. This was a tool the previous Yatagarasu used. It's a device to run simulations to practice stealing things. But used in this manner, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. Oh, but it's still only a recreation based on what information we have. I can't recreate what I don't have information for, and if my information is incorrect, the recreation could come out strange too. In this case, since Kay had the photo, there should be no problems. Now, let's begin the investigation. So yeah, this was a gimmick we saw in the first Ace Attorney investigations. Since it's a recreation, you can examine things just like you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. Yes, I know. First, I should start with that well. It is a really cool mechanic. Like, it makes sense for part of like a murder mystery to be able to do recreations. I like it a lot. Let's examine the area around the well. It holds the key to this case. This is a metal weighs. It's hard to see in the recreation. Okay, do you remember? I think it was 33 pounds. Wonder why such a heavy weight was used for. It doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. A sturdy hemp rope. Looks like the rope they use for tug-of-wars. I'm not going to play tug-of-war with you. I didn't even say anything yet. There's a metal stake attached to the end of the rope. Ah, you use these to pin down the tent when you go camping. Doesn't seem like they need this for the performance. Wonder what it was used for. There are some pulleys here. They don't appear to be the pulley that was used to lift the bucket from the well. The well was behind the stage. That means only a few people would have access to dump the body into the well during the performance. This isn't looking good for Mr. Keys. These things around the well, what were they used for? Alright, sounds like we're going to need to use some logic at some point. They don't seem to be related to the animal show. I agree. We can ask Ms. Berry about it later. Alright, do I only have... I don't have enough logic to put anything together yet, I don't think. Was it used for murder? I suspect so. Let's take a quick look at the chairs. There's one thing we need to mention. These were used for audience seating during the show. Pulling up all these chairs must have been a chore. That's so. Oh, that's the same conversation we had before. There's a thing to note about the chairs, but we've already noted it before. Alright, is there anything else to see around here? There's this wicker basket. This crate. You know, those are tires attached to it. Alright, so we heard that before. What was the elephant's name again? She's Astique, the Asian elephant. Ah, that's right. It's an easy name to remember. Maybe. They couldn't think of a good name, so they gave her a name that's easy to remember. Mr. Edgeworth, what a terrible thing to say about poor Astique. That's all the information we can gather for now. The detective should be here soon, too. Kay, go ahead and shut down Little Thief. Alright, returning the area to normal. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Hey, speak of the gummy. Detective Gumshoe, that was quick. I couldn't keep you waiting for too long, sir. Thanks for coming along too, Regina. No problem. It sounded like fun, so I skipped practice to come here. Thank you for your cooperation. First, Detective, let's have Missile do some tracking. No problem, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, pal. Hey, what's eating you, pal? I said over here. What's the matter? Ah, looks like he's scared of something, sir. Oh, right, gator. Ah! Alligator! I guess he's scared of the alligator, sir. Ah, good grief. Looks like Missile won't be much help up to us. So what should we do, Miles? Maybe we can ask Miss Berry for help. What is it? What is it? Is there something I can do? Do you want me to teach Allie a trick? Actually, she probably could. No, I just need you to tell me about the condition of the courtyard during the show. Looks like it's my time to shine again. Yes, if you please. Alright, that should do it. I'm starting up the recreation now. Recreation complete. This time you can see how the courtyard was during the animal show. This should be around the time the body was dropped down the well. Wow, cool! It's just like magic. Heh, it's not magic. I just recreated the scene based on the information you gave us. See? Look over there. Backstage area is missing. Well, Regina didn't help with the preparations, so she doesn't really know how it was set up. I get it. You can't recreate what you don't have the info for, huh? I'm sorry. It's because Simon took care of setting everything up. Don't worry yourself none, Regina Pie. Miles is the one at fault here. Why me? Mr. Edgeworth, I've recreated the show in progress. But I can also change it to how it was earlier when it was being taken down. I see, so we can examine the courtyard during the show and after the show. We can freely switch between the two different states. Change the recreation, touch the partner button. Now, let's begin the investigation. Let me caught up on chat right here. Hey, Chinenin, welcome in. How are you doing today, Chinenin? Hope everything is going good with you. Oh, I want to play Ghost Trick. I want to play Ghost Trick so bad. I actually have a DS copy of it as well, but I'd probably play it on modern hardware if I could. Hey, Grushin, welcome in. How are you doing today, Grushin? Hope you're having a good weekend. Just a 4-trick pony. All right. Well, let's see what we can see around here. Chairs are all set up, first of all. These chairs are lined up in orderly fashion. Guess there were a few empty seats during the performance. This intimate atmosphere, and the closeness between the stage and the audience. It reminds me of the karaoke tournament I entered when I was a kid. Karaoke tournament? I was a runner-up. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now, listen to the song of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Don't tell me you actually sang that song. Of course, this song rocks! Surprised she actually made it to the finals. Did she steal second place? No, she didn't steal first place. She must have gotten there fair and square. Alright, what else we got to see here? A love story between an elephant and tiger. I really wanted to see that. I also wanted to see Simon in action. Simon is really amazing, especially the part where he gets blown away. Blown away? That's the scene in question. At that point, the suspect in the role of the villain is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit. After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. You're saying the crime was committed during that time. Do you know how long he was gone from the stage? Let me think. About 15 minutes or so? That's just as Judge Courtney said. But is it dangerous to be blown away by an elephant? It's alright. Astique is very gentle. It's not who we're worried about here. During the first few practices, he was having trouble getting blown away. Then, all of a sudden, he was able to be set flying beautifully. You might be using some sort of device, but it's amazing. A device? Do you know anything about it? I have no idea. Simon handled it all by himself. Alright, we got a couple more things to see, but then I've got an idea here. Blown away, baby! Alright, let's make another save. Now let's finish looking at the scene. Oh? This crate was empty in the recreation earlier. That's right. It was also empty in the picture I took. Ah, I'm sorry. That information is wrong. What do you mean? This crate contained the Steak's food. In the morning on the day of the show, all the apples were gone. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry. Missing apples, huh? I should make a note of that. It's the cage of the Asian elephant, a Steak. The elephant is performing on stage right now, so the cage is empty. Wonder how a Steak entered the courtyard. What do you mean, how? The entrance here is human-sized. And this fence is electrified. I don't think an elephant would enter from there. It could just turn off the electricity. If they did that, all the inmates would escape. I doubt anyone would escape while an elephant was entering. I wonder how she came in. That requires some thought. Seems to be enjoying her little brain teaser. I should just let her be. I think that's all to see here, so we're going to save one more time, and then we're going to use some logic. Alright, so... let's see, Simon's stunt employs some sort of trick. And we found these weird tools around the well. Mr. Keyes used a device for his stunt. Maybe the tools around the well are connected to this. Okay, I'd like to recheck the tools lying around the well yesterday. Can you change the recreation to the after the show scene? Roger! Tools lying around the well. Could they have been a part of his device? Seems very likely. Wonder if it's possible to recreate the device. If you ask Mr. Keyes, he should be able to tell you how the device was put together. All right, I'll go ask him. This case is getting juicy. I'm excited. We're getting near the conclusion now. Mr. Edgeworth, I asked him about it. And did you find out how the device works? He used a rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley. The weights were suspended inside the well. Then he ran the rope through 2 more pulleys and tied the end of the rope to his own body. So he uses the force of the falling weights to send himself flying. But what's to stop the weights from falling on their own? In order to prevent that from happening, he used a stopper. Miss Barry didn't know anything about that well. That means Mr. Keyes removed the stopper by himself. Correct! That's why a second rope was needed. This rope was attached to the stopper, and when it was pulled from the stage, the stopper would be removed and the weights would drop down the well. I'm definitely gonna steal this idea. Yadagarasa won't lose to something like this. Don't waste your time. Circus acts require extensive training. Even if you steal the device, it won't do you any good. Then I'll train as well. Before you start training, can you first update the recreation? Oh, yeah, you wanted me to recreate the device that was used in the performance. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Next, I'll input the information in the device on the well. Now we can recreate the device Simon made. So, this is the device that Mr. Keys used. Uses 3 pulleys, 2 ropes, the well, and some weights. Interesting, interesting. Shane, did you ever find any DS games or PS2 games that were very hard to find? Oh yeah, a couple of them. I know one of the ones I'm proud of is Gregory Horror Show, which was never sold in North America, so I had to buy a copy from Italy. That's actually the reason I soft modded my PS2 as well, so I could play a European PS2 game on it. Yeah, where's the rubber chicken? The Gregory Horror Show is so cool. Did you see there's a Kickstarter up by the original creator to make a new Gregory Horror game and a new Gregory Horror animated series? Thank you, Rin. That's the exact link. I appreciate that. Yeah, more Gregory Horror. More Gregory Horror happening right now, possibly. So make sure to check that out. How are they doing on their goal? I bookmarked it to save, but I haven't seen yet. They're off to a bit of a slow start, but I'm hoping it takes off. I really want more Gregory Horror. And Allie Lordswood has redeemed Posture Check. Thank you for that, Allie. I appreciate that. Everybody else might want to take a moment to stretch out, get some blood flowing through your legs, get something to drink if you need it. Ugh. Glass Telephone, you bought a British PS2 just to play it. Nice, nice. When she does that green spiral, the sprite is for Mega Man Zero? Seriously? That's wild. Yeah, 22 grand out of 118K. It's not a great start for such a big budget, but hopefully it's gets some momentum in there. Statistically, most Kickstarters make their money on the first 2 days and the last 2 days. Particularly the first and last day itself. The day the project launches, and the day the notifications of the end of project are emailed out. Here's hoping it picks up some momentum. Thank you again for that, Ellie. I appreciate it. All right. Simon sure is gutsier than he looks. Using the falling weights is the force to launch himself during the performance. Indeed, he would have to drop enough weights to exceed his own body weight in order to provide the strength needed to pull him off the stage. Simon must have practiced a lot for this. All right, let's save again, and then I think we have to use some more logic here. All right, so let's see. In order for the stunt to work, the weights must exceed Simon's weight. Except the only weight we found were these, the weights we found were these 33-pound ones. I only saw one there, though. Huh? Isn't this strange? What's wrong, pal? Haven't you noticed, Detective? What's strange about the weight is... it's not heavy enough. In order to pull up Mr. Key's body weight. You're right, sir! But where did the rest of the weights disappear to? Looks like it's time to use my 7 secret weapons, sir! If necessary, I'll let the detective know. Alright. Welcome back, LTG! I don't think we have quite enough to do anything yet, so let's talk to Gumshoe again. Mr. Edgeworth, you've got that look on your face like you want to use my secret weapon, sir. Missile isn't in the mood, but I got my fishing rod ready to go. Or would you prefer the metal detector? Never seen the detective's eyes sparkle like that. If need be, I'll let you know. For now, just stand by. If we talk to him again, is it the same thing? This is the same thing. Alright, Hmm. Alright, so can we talk to him here? Great thief's secret weapon. I see. But isn't this bad? Using a thief's tool to aid in the investigation? That makes such a scary face. Alright, Uncle Ray's lips are sealed. For the truth, right? Evidence may very well already have been destroyed. In order to recreate the crime scene, we need her help. Why so serious? Times like this, a simple smile will suffice. Yes, thank you very much. It's the LTG you were gonna back that Kickstarter, but you forgot you're nearly broke right now? Oh, you got some gym equipment. Nice. What kind of stuff did he get? I'm curious. Let's see. Groschen in a time of digital-only release and server shutdowns, rarity takes on a whole new meaning. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, some games are just straight up unobtainable. I'm looking at you, PT. Ooh. They're gonna go in fishing sometime for lulz? That'll be nice. Hey, X1011, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. And EP, hope you get a tasty breakfast. Alright, does Regina have anything else to say? You come here often, Regina? Yes, I have many friends here. I love this place. New friends, old friends, everyone's friends here. Yesterday, Ms. Warden introduced me to a new friend, Little Allie. The alligator who lurks in the pond in the courtyard. That pond! If you get too close, it feels like you get gulped. I don't think Little Allie would do such a thing. Her stomach wasn't feeling very well yesterday. I'm worried. Aren't you all worried too? Right? Yes, of course. We're all worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't drag me into this. Alright, does the stage show anything different now? I wonder. Oh, you bought a rowing machine! Oh shit! Yeah, those do seem like a really good workout. Good luck with that, LTG. Alright, doesn't look like we see anything different on this. Hear anything different about the stage. Yeah, this is all stuff we heard before. Alright. Yeah, no, we heard that. Alright, so nothing new there. Yeah, what's up? Change the recreation, see if there's anything else there. Alright. I'm gonna look at this again real quick. Alright, so I don't think there's anything new to see here. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like there's anything else to see. Alright. Back out. Actually, hang on, I forgot there's one thing. Because we can also scroll up. If we need to look at this too. This pulley was used to lift the bucket from the well. The bucket can't be found. Alright, no, nothing interesting there. Not much to see on the stage. Nothing new to see there. Look at the pond again? This pond is where Warden Roland keeps her pet alligator. Guess those fish bones are the remains of her last meal. I don't think an alligator would leave such clean bones. But she had a very refined looking face. Couldn't tell at all. That's because I'm a girl who's good with faces. Why don't I feel the least bit jealous? Alright, let's go ahead and change the recreation back. Maybe illegal in Germany? Let's hope there's a court case then. That would be lovely. Alright, we're gonna have to start taking some leaps of logic, I think. It doesn't seem like we have much else to do, so... Let's see, there need to be more weights, so maybe we could use the metal detector? Find those weights? Detective Gumshoe, it's time for your secret weapon. Yes, sir! I was hoping for the metal detector. I don't get many chances to use this one. Before we begin the search, let me go over how to use the metal detector, sir. This metal detector uses sound. And this meter. To let you know how close you are to the metal object. When you get closer to a metal object, the metal detector will have a bigger reaction like this. When you get the biggest reaction, give me the order to examine that spot, sir. Now, let's see what we got. Oh, it's just the metal fence. And that's basically how you search for metal objects. Just give me the instructions on where you want to search, sir. Yeah, there's a reaction here too, sir. Let's check it out. Huh? I found these in the clumps of grass here, sir. These are the weights used for that hoisting device. Are these intentionally hidden? There's 4 of them in all, sir. That many weights would be enough to lift Simon. So the other weights that were used in the device were hidden. Why were they hidden over here, though? See, I'm really earning my keep today, aren't I, sir? Ah! Ah! The alligator! That scared me, pal! Huh? What's the matter, detective? It looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator. Really? Why? Are you sure it isn't just still reacting to the weights? Or are you sure it isn't still just reacting to the weights? That's a different reaction, sir. It's definitely coming from the alligator. Gone. Looks like it's scared of us. I don't think so, Kay. Huh? If anything, I think Allie looks a little under the weather. Allie. Suppose that was what Warden Roland called it. She didn't eat any of the food that the warden gave her yesterday. I think she might have eaten something bad. So I guess the metal detector could be reacting to whatever the alligator ate. Oh, maybe she ate one of the weights. I doubt that even an alligator can ingest a 33-pound weight. What could the metal detector be reacting to? Regardless, why were those weights hidden? Maybe we should take another look at the device in the well. Kay, I'd like you to recreate the after the show scene again. All right, leave it to me. It's just the investigator. Oh man, can we team up with him? That'd be awesome. I can never remember which one is the alligator and which one is the crocodile. I know they look different, but I have no idea. All right. Do we need to look at something over here? All right, so it looks like we need to do something here. So, I'm gonna save. Ooh, I think I know what to deduce. Is this spot someone connected into the evidence I hold? I believe so. recreation in the device we saw earlier. There is a major discrepancy. One of the ropes is missing. You're right! Without it, the device won't work. Wonder what happened to it? Where did the missing rope disappear to? Possible that we hold the piece of evidence that shows where the rope went. Huh? I know which one this is. It's just the rope. It's just the rope. The rope we found with the dead body. Ah, could it be? Yes, it could be the other piece of rope that was used here. Then, does that mean? This rope was attached to the weight. However, the weight was not one of these metal weights. These weights were hidden in the grass and replaced with something else. If they were replaced, then what was used as the weight? We can recall that, then the answer should be clear. The weight that was dropped in place of the weights that Mr. Keys prepared was... I believe the body.
Take that!
What dropped down the well was none other than Knightley's dead body. Huh? Mr. Knightley's body was used as the weight? Yes, the weights were replaced with Knightley's body. Mr. Keys used a device to launch himself off the stage. When the rope that was tied to him was undone and let go, both the body and the rope dropped down the well. The rope wasn't used to tie up Knightley, it was used to suspend him inside the well. That also explains why the other weights were hidden. Ah, so that no one would find out that the weights were replaced with the body. Yes, the killer was the one who hid those weights. But Miles, wasn't Knightley Boy stabbed in the neck with a murder weapon? He was suspended in the well. Wouldn't there be blood at the bottom of the well? The killer was also aware of that. That's why they used this item. Tied in another piece of evidence.
Take that!
The sheet we found near the body. It was used to wrap up the body. I see. Looks like all the pieces are starting to come together, eh? But this means that the body definitely came from the well. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Simon is the killer? No, that's not necessarily the case. Huh? But yesterday, Judge Courtney said Mr. Keys was the killer. Would he have needed to set up such an elaborate device? I guess you have a point. Mr. Keys was only responsible for dropping the body during the show. In other words, it doesn't matter where the real killer was or what they were doing during the show. Until now, this placed doubt on the people who did not watch the animal show. Hey, it's true. We also suspected Mr. Dogan. Killer's true intent was to make us think that the murder occurred during the show. In other words, they used the device on the well to create a fake alibi. Ms. Berry, do you know when this device on the well was set up? Let me think. The day before the show. I think it was at night. We all started preparing at 9 p.m. We finished it around midnight. Killer replaced the weights with the dead body afterwards. Alright. Did Dogan know about the device? No, even if he knew about the device, it wouldn't be possible for him to use it. You can't teach a dog to suspend a body in a well. In other words, Dogan is not the killer. Alright. Well, we're still slowly whittling away possibilities, which means we're getting closer to the truth here. Relentlessly used to have an irrational fear of getting attacked by an alligator, irrational insofar as you live in Northern Europe, does make it rather unlikely, I'd think. Alright, so... Groshen, your hometown used to have a guy who bred crocodiles in his converted cellar. That's horrifying, holy crap. Alright. So do we need to use some more logic now? Let's see what all we got. I don't think we have any more logic we can do at the moment. Let's see, can we talk to him again? Mr. Edgeworth, I just had an epiphany, sir. The killer is Eureka, the Invisible Man. Oh. Somehow, the killer brought in a murder weapon and moved the body and nobody noticed. If the Invisible Man was the killer, it would explain how all of this is possible. Detective, you can't be serious about that. I'm not totally sure, but it'd be neat if it was true. Starting tomorrow, you're pairing up with Mr. DeBest. Ah, no way, sir! Not with that goofy prosecutor! You'd be a perfect match for this goofy detective. I'm surprised Gumshoe knows the word epiphany. That's the part I'm stuck on right now. It seems like way too big of a word for him. Alright, so what do we need to check out next is the question. Well, I guess there's one thing we could interpret. It almost seems too straightforward, but I guess we can take a shot at it. So we know the apples went missing, but the apples were right over by Astique. Maybe Astique just ate them? Possibly? The apples in the crate were probably eaten by Astique. But it's strange. I remember leaving the crate out of reach from Astique's nose. Are you certain? Yes, the crate was still full of apples on the night before the show. Then the cart was moved to where her nose could reach it. With that many apples, it could not have been moved by the wind. Most likely, the crate was moved by a person. Prior to the show, the cart's position was already changed, and the apples were all eaten. This appears to be the correct information. Please update the simulation parameters, Kay. Alright, I'll use the new info and recreate the scene. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Using the info we got from Regina, I'll recreate the scene with the cart in its actual place. Recreation complete. Alright. No wonder I thought it smelled like animals. It contained the elephant's food. So this was filled with Astique's apples. That's right. On the day before the show, it was full of apples. And in the morning, they were all gone. Oh, did you think of something? You could say that. Alright, let's make another save. It's a glass telephone used to live in Florida. Alligators like stray cats for me for a while. That's horrifying. Alright, so somebody moved the crate of apples on the night before the show. And somebody also set up the body inside the well the night before the show. This cart was moved the night before the show. The body was also switched the night before the show. I don't think it was just a coincidence. Keeping that in mind, the question now becomes, why was the cart moved? This cart used to be in front of that door. I can think of one reason why. Somebody opened that door! Alright, let's hurry up and... Oh, the door is locked. Let's ask the guard. Hey, Mr. Guard! Yes, what is it? That was fast. You there. Where's the key to this door? The warden's in charge of it. I'll get it from her right away. The warden is in charge of the keys here. Without the warden's permission, this door can't be opened. Interesting. All right. I Thank you very much. The circuit breaker panel. This must be the breaker room. Alright. On the night before the show, somebody came into this room. I wonder what they would come in. I wonder why they would come in here. I don't think anyone would confuse the breaker room with the break room. It was definitely to operate the circuit breakers. Someone came here to shut off the power to something? Was there anything that had its power shut off? Yes, there was. Yes, there was.
Take that!
The security camera footage had a 3-hour gap. Ah, I see. The circuit breaker for the security camera was tripped. It's highly possible. Was this the killer's handiwork? With the camera down, it'd be easier to move about. The killer would have had a major advantage. I knew it! That's the case. The killer was the person who tripped the breaker. The person in charge of the keys to the breaker room couldn't be. I mean, it seems like it's pretty obvious at this point. Let's see, instead of a break room, we often call it a coffee room. Oh, that's amazing. You gotta have an entire room to enjoy your coffee. Makes it tastier that way, I think. All right. Deactivating the recreation. All right. I'm first to the scene, as always. Good morning, Mr. DeBest. How did you get here before me? Greetings, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I see you have arrived early. Or maybe it is you who are late, Judge Courtney. I have many matters which require my attention. I have no time to waste. Unlike a certain prosecutor who has taken off the case. Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you were assisting the defense attorney. An assistant can never be the best. You've fallen like the rest. You just say whatever you like, don't you? Let us begin our examination of the courtyard, Sebastian. All right. I'll call the men over.
Hold it!
That will be unnecessary. What? We have already finished the investigation of the courtyard. You've been bested. Bested? Me? Judge Courtney. Your reasoning from yesterday. Watch me shatter it to pieces. I would advise you to choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten that the fate of your badge rests in my hands? I've had enough of such coercion. Can't you think of some other way to threaten me that does not involve my badge? Despite my repeated warnings, you show no signs of reflection. Seems I must remind you once more. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee can't leave someone such as yourself unchecked. Neither the fate of my badge nor the actions of the committee will impede my progress. Proving Mr. Key's innocence. That is all that concerns me. Your words are like those of a defense attorney. If you are willing to go that far, then I will show no leniency. In the name of the goddess of law, I shall turn your words against you. And at that moment, you will forfeit the title of prosecutor. You shall regret this. All right, we're having another round here. I know, I showed her the badge. No, she wants the badge. Everybody's got badge envy. It's true. I shared my reasoning with you the day before. Since Mr. Elbert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. Naturally, you have evidence to support your reasoning. Of course she does. Who do you think she is? Earlier, I received the official autopsy report. Babysitting that kid must be difficult. The time of death was the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the day before the show. Cause of death remains unchanged. A stab wound 4 inches deep. All right. Simon Keyes was not present on the stage for a period of 15 minutes. The babysitter, the world's most annoying rookie prosecutor. I mean, I don't know if she's actually going to preside over the case, like once it goes to trial, because we haven't technically, I mean, we do have a suspect in custody. This is not normal, but I think she's here on behalf of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee. So she's technically babysitting the prosecutor, but she's also here to investigate Edgeworth. They're trying to get Edgeworth fired, basically. We're not sure why. There was sufficient time for him to drop the body down the well. They mentioned before when they got the results it was only a preliminary report. So basically they told it sounds like they told the coroner, just give us what you got, and then we'll take the full report tomorrow. So that's a little weird on their part, but I don't think anything wrong with the prosecutor. She's not investigating the courtyard yet. That means... Seems there's a hole in your argument. You seem quite confident. Can you present evidence to support your claim? Of course I can, and I will. Alright. Go ahead and save here. Alright, since Mr. Elber did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. It was. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect.
Hold it!
There's no one else who could have committed the murder. I heard that Miss Barry was present on stage at all times. A great number of the prisoners were also watching the show. Even the prisoners who did not see it have sufficient alibis. How about the guards? Along with the warden, nearly everyone was watching the show. But there must have been a chance for even one of them to approach the well. During the show, none of the guards left their posts. That much is certain. They all testified as such. Oh shit. Damn it, I think it froze again. Alright, hang on. Luckily we just saved, so we shouldn't lose too much. See if we can try this again. Yeah, right with the speed lines, we went too fast. Alright. Let me get this launched again. Sorry about that, folks. Alright. Let's make sure it actually comes up here. Oh, come on. OBS, capture the game! Yeah, let's try this. Oh, now of course it's fixed itself, dang it. There we go. Alright, we're exactly where we left off, so we're good. Is your hook speed set too fast? I don't think so. I'll double check that after the stream, but that is the second time it's oh, you mean for the capture? That might be a thing. I'll check that out. Alright, let me check that out now. Hook rate is set to normal, so I don't think so. Or should it be set to fast, is what you're saying. She left no room for oversight. Do you finally admit that only Simon Keyes could have been the criminal? Should be set to fast? Well, let me try that. Hook rate fast. See how that works. Judge Courtney has not thoroughly examined the courtyard like we have. So there's a bit of a gap in our argument, right? Should review the evidence we obtained in the courtyard. Alright, so the question is where to present it is the thing. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Solves about 80% of those kinds of issues. Excellent. Hopefully that'll help then. Unfortunately for you, Judge Courtney, your argument doesn't hold any water, just like the well. There was a device set up around the well here. What is this device of which you speak? Are you aware of the stunt in which Mr. Keyes is blown away by the elephant during the show? I have heard of it. It would have been right before he exits the stage. He tied one end of a length of rope to himself, and the other end to a set of weights. He was able to perform the stunt by dropping these weights down the well. Wouldn't he have spent the whole play suspended up in the air? That's why he had a stopper attached to the weighted end. The stopper was removed by pulling another rope. Around the well, we found evidence that the weights were switched with the victim's body. This was done by the real killer in order to shift suspicion away from them. Judging from the time of death, the murder was carried out in the early morning of the show. The true criminal had until the time the show started to set up the device. But didn't Simon Keyes make that thing? And since he was also the one who used it, he is the best suspect. Don't you agree? If Mr. Keyes were the murderer, he would not have needed to do that. Ms. Barry. Yes? Was there anyone else who knew of the device he set up? Well, let me see. Since we had to get everything about our show approved by the people here at the prison, I'd say there were others who knew about it. And there you have it. I see. You have indeed performed a thorough investigation, which is why I am even further perplexed. Why do you not use your efforts for justice? My actions are not just. Who made that decision? You cannot understand even that, even now? Providing support to a defense attorney despite being a prosecutor. It is quite unnatural. This goes against the rules. I'm merely choosing to do what I think is right at this particular time. I travel down the road I have chosen. Your comprehension does not matter in the least. However, if anyone intends to interfere, I will show no mercy. Perhaps this is the calling from the goddess of law. If you intend to rebel against her divine will, I will have no choice but to hand down my verdict. Pay heed to my words. I have one more reason to suspect Simon Keyes of murder. Alright, round two! If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this crime. While Simon Keyes was moving supplies for the show, he visited Mr. Knightley's cell. Does that not strike you as odd? Why else would he have brought a large covered cage with him? Oh, that does seem pretty suspicious. Mr. Keyes was merely that kind of person. It is entirely possible that he carelessly brought it there. If that is possible, it is also possible that he was assisting in the escape. Am I wrong? I suppose I must refute her theory with evidence. Alright, this one's tough. If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of the crime. Let's try pressing on this here. Are you certain that he was the only person who had the opportunity? Have you forgotten? This is a prison. Due to the constant supervision, it would be impossible to do anything unusual. Then, wouldn't it be the same for Mr. Keys? The warden has shown favor to the Berry Big Circus. Simon Keys is a circus member, Ms. Berry's apprentice, no less. It could only have been him. He was able to move about freely within the facility. It seems that you forgot to mention that. The word forgot does not exist in my dictionary. Then it would be prudent for you to add this to your argument. Mr. Keys may have been the only person who could move around freely in the prison. But on the day of the murder, there was a gap of time missing from the surveillance records. During that time, anyone could have done as they pleased. Do I have proof of this gap in the surveillance records? The tape?
Take that!
Mr. Keys wasn't the only one who had the opportunity. Who else could have had the opportunity? The timestamp on the security camera is off by 3 hours. This means there is a 3-hour gap in time. During that time, anyone could have done it. If that were the case, then the murderer would have created the gap intentionally. It would not have been a simple camera failure. You're saying that's possible. It's possible if you had access to this.
Take that!
In this courtyard, we found the circuit breaker for the security camera, and it was possible to access the breaker room both before and after the murder. What? Unfortunately, it appears that you have fallen short of your intentions. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't fallen short of anything! So, can you explain how the murderer obtained the key to the breaker room? Oh yeah, that's right. It was locked, wasn't it? The warden hangs onto the key, right? The breaker room has great importance, even in a prison. There is no one who would be able to obtain the key so easily.
Objection!
Well, I can think of someone... What did you say? This person, the murderer, was able to get the key. They didn't even need to steal it. There can't be anyone like that. Besides, the breaker to the electrified fence is in that room too. Only one person could have done this. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I trust that my logic is sound. The person who used the key to enter the breaker room is...
Take that!
The murderer is... Warden Roland. Oh my, what an energetic little puppy. That's because this dog is extremely fond of sweets. Seems to detect a sweet scent on you. Oh heavens no, I'm not even wearing perfume or anything of the sort. What the dog detects is the sweet scent of death. How poetic! However, does that not imply that I committed a murder? That's what I think. What? The warden is the murderer. Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious about your statement? Oh, how amusing. The very thought of a warden committing a murder. Sounds like something out of a mystery novel. Precisely. Your reasoning is in contempt. Nothing of the sort. I did not want to believe it myself, but based on the evidence, I have no choice but to believe it. This evidence proves that Warden Roland is the murderer. Oh god, we do have decisive evidence? Let me get caught up on chat right here. Shane, your Sebastian voice is very fitting, but I hate it because it got such a visceral reaction to me. Mission accomplished then. Hey, Named! Oh, it's going great so far. I'm really enjoying this game. How are you doing today, Named? How's your weekend going? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, what does she have under that coat? I'm assuming she's wearing just 5 other coats underneath it. Show her the badge! I mean, I was assuming the circuit breaker, but is there something else here? Oh, right.
Take that!
The smell gave you away. As you can plainly see, someone has taken notice. This police dog. He tracked a sweet smell that came from the body. And right now he is telling us that that same scent is also on Warden Roland. Oh, you're a cruel one to accuse me of murder based on something like that. Right, Justine, darling. It appears that Judge Courtney has reached the same conclusion as I have. Mr. Edgeworth, it couldn't have been just a coincidence, could it? Badge, baby! The key to the breaker room and the same scent on the body. If it were only one, it could have been seen as such. It appears we have reached a conclusion. We should now listen to what the warden has to say. Indeed, until we do, we cannot close this case. Oh my goodness, everyone with such scary faces. So I am the only one who could have been the murderer? That just cannot be. All right, now we're getting down to it. I heard all about the case from Justine, darling, here. Had I committed the murder, it would have taken place inside the holding cell. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. I was caught up in my own work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. I don't know what reasoning you had, but I can say for sure, I cannot be the killer. But Missile barked at you, pal. You gotta be the culprit. Oh, heavens. It's not possible. I already told you, I never went to the prison. If you think I'm lying, why don't you check the records? Wants us to check the records. She does seem confident. For now, all we can do is listen to her and try and draw up more information. Yeah, the mink appears to actually be alive, which is a little weird. I do hope you understand, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright. Heard all about... Or we go ahead and save first. Since we're getting right down to the edge here. Let's see, had I committed the murder, it would have taken place inside the holding cell. Probably, but we're not 100% sure on that. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison.
Hold it!
You never went into the prison. You have proof of this. My, can't you wait for me to finish? She was caught up in your work until the show. She was stuck in her office.
Hold it!
You were in your office the whole time. Nothing strange happened. Nope, nothing at all. Were you looking for something? I'm not too good at tidying up. I always forget where I put everything. The other day, I even lost track of an important piece of evidence. How could you have made such a grave error? If someone were to take something from me, I wouldn't even notice it the entire year. This'll be hard to attack with a key to the breaker room. On the day of the incident, I was working in my office and searching for lost items. In other words, I couldn't have gone to the prison, even if I'd wanted to. Check up on it if you like, you'll find there's no record of me entering the prison.
Hold it!
You did not enter the prison from the entrance. But what if there is another route? Oh my, are you suggesting something like a secret passage? I don't know if anything like that exists. It is my firm belief that you did possess an alternate route. That route was neither the entrance nor a secret passage. The route you used was from here.
Take that!
The barbed wire fence? The barbed wire fence? You would have moved nightly to your office first. This office leads directly to the garden side of the courtyard. If you had moved through here and passed through the barbed wire fence, you would have arrived at the prison without passing through the entrance or a tunnel. I wonder what Mr. Edgeworth is saying. Haven't you noticed? There's a high voltage current running through that fence. Yeah, obviously she couldn't have passed through it like that. The current to the fence could be switched off at the breaker room. And you were the only one that had the key, Warden Roland. Most amusing. However, the breaker room is located on the prison side of the courtyard. How would the warden have accessed it from the detention center? Ah, quite right. Gotcha there, Mr. Edgeworth. That's... If there is no record of her passing through the prison entrance, it would not have been possible for her to turn off the fence's breaker. But Warden Roland was the only one who had access. Don't let this faze you, Miles. If I don't have a solution for this, she'll get away. Now, Uncle Ray never said don't think, you know. It's just not good to be so stubborn about it, that's all. But no matter how you think about it, Warden Roland couldn't have done this alone. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you have failed to come up with a new I am not amused, interrupting my judgment only to be silent. Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. I have to answer. I won't let this end here. We're gonna save again, it's getting intense. Is that an invitation, Roland? Fur is murder, but living fur is just accessory to murder? Oh my god. That's a good quote, I like that. My reasoning is not over yet. So, how did she use the breaker without leaving the detention center? It's perfectly possible with this method. What made it possible to turn off the breaker? It was indeed impossible for one person, but what if there were two? Exactly. Just what I expected from you, Miles. Yes, you had an accomplice on the prison side. Enough. I am disappointed in you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What's that, pal? You making fun of Mr. Edgeworth? Inmates at this prison all wear bracelets. If they try and go where they please, they'll set off the alarm. Ah! So you've noticed. This is a prison, after all. Not only the prisoners, but the guards, too, are under constant scrutiny. Oh, I see where this is going. So why didn't anyone notice Elbird? The only ones allowed to move around freely are the animals. And they certainly could not have used the breaker. But it's still possible that a person did it. Excluding the inmates and the guards, just what kind of person would you say it was? We can't exclude the inmates and guards just yet. There was only one person, one whose movement was not restricted. This evidence shows that there was someone in the prison who could move around freely.
Take that!
That is, looks like the bracelet worn by the prisoners. This belongs to a certain model inmate, and it's broken. What? Just who on earth did this belong to? Frank saw it, the warden's favorite inmate. Oh, we caught her! We caught her! Don't you think it's strange? He managed to keep this hidden while he moved around freely in his daily prison life. Golly, when you think about it, it shouldn't be possible. I'd hazard a guess that this was because he was a special case, just like Sirhan Dogan in the special cell. Prosecutor's statement is mere conjecture. You could find out by simply asking Sawat himself. It is my firm belief that Mr. Sawat and Warden Roland were partners in crime. Due to their collaboration, another route surfaces. The real route by which Knightley's body was moved to the prison. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. The security camera in front of Knightley's cell, and the electric fence in the courtyard. Both these problems could have been solved with a single stroke, by having Sawat switch off the breakers in the breaker room. Mr. Edgeworth, could you wait one moment? Do you still intend to deny it, Warden Roland? I give in. I confess. Warden Roland? No, this cannot be. Yes, it's just as he says. Frank Sawat and I were partners in crime. No way. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth! Well done, Miles. At last we have the real culprit cornered. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, Frankie operated the breaker. But we were not responsible for Knightley's murder. What? Warden Roland, whatever do you mean? Judge Courtney, will the Goddess of Law hear my confession? The Goddess of Law is merciful. She will absolve you. I was being threatened. That's why I had no choice but to do as I was told. So who was threatening you? Sirhan Dogan, that assassin. Dogan? It's been going on since that man came to the prison. I will never forget that day. When we were both alone, he suddenly said to me, I have many dogs outside the prison. Dogs? Loyal dogs who obey my every command. I soon realized what Dogan referred to were not really dogs, but his human henchmen. And that's not all he said. You'd better watch how you treat me, if you don't want you and your family to become dog food. I had no choice. I gave him the special cell. I gave him anything he desired. Anything he desired? You don't mean the supplier? That's right. Anything he ordered, I would deliver to him. An underground dealership. I was the one who won over Frankie. It was simple. I just offered him special privileges within the prison. And those underground dealings? Once a week, in the middle of the night, Frankie would shut off 2 of the breakers, so I could move from my office to the courtyard without being seen by the security camera. I would go past the fence and drop the goods down the well near the prison. And then I'd sprinkle this perfume over it. So that's the true identity of the sweet scent. The scent of perfume was a signal for Dogan's dog. After picking up the scent, it would carry the goods to Dogan. Of course, this has to be done while Elbird was away from his cell. I'm surprised he never found out about it, pal. We have a strict timetable here in the prison. Mealtime, exercise time, it's easy to know when he's away from his cell. And since little Rocky is afraid of Dogan's dog, I didn't have to worry about him making noise. So, having full knowledge of the prison's inner workings, she made the deliveries herself. This would have ensured there were no slip-ups. Frankie would turn the breakers back on in the early morning, and the delivery was complete. I then modified the timestamp on the security camera. You have told us a great deal. Goddess of Law accepts your penitent confession. As the warden of the prison, how could I have done such a foolish thing? The day Knightley was killed was also a delivery day. Seems Frankie was working the breakers as usual. But that day I had nothing to send, so I did not go to the courtyard at all. Secret of the supply system. So then Warden Roland was... The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but... I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but... No matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. So the reason you kept on interrogating him... Yes, it was to find his henchmen. I borrowed all the evidence from the police and carried out the interrogation myself. I kept an eye on all his actions and examined all of his mail. Mail? Like his correspondence chess letters. But I could never uncover the true identity of his henchmen. His fear. Something you could never understand. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you were listening, right? I'd say this confession clears the warden of all suspicion. I'm gonna save here. Back from watching another episode of Fallout, what did I miss? A bunch of stuff. We may be closing in on the killer right now. Every time he taps his temple, my brain adds, fascinating, Zach. They really don't seem to think I would notice. Is he tapping his temple or is he going I'm never sure. It's hard to tell with the perspective. Is it really necessary to press her further than this? Is it necessary to press her further? Yes, it is. Judge Courtney, my questioning isn't over yet. I'm sure the goddess of law isn't satisfied yet either. You mean to badger this woman further? Even if she was threatened by Dogen, this does not prove she was not the culprit in this case. She was able to use the supply route, transport Knightley's body. Do you have any evidence to support this? The body gave off a sweet scent, a scent of perfume that was used to signal delivery. Can you explain this fact? Oh, of course. Since I've made so many deliveries, the scent would have lingered around the well. When the body was moved through the well, the scent would have transferred to it. Mr. Elbert also testified to this fact. That's it. For some reason, the well gave off a nice scent. A nice scent? I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy. The lingering scent in the well would of course be picked up by anything passing through. The defense rests, I see. In that case, court is adjourned. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do? What should I do? Is this as far as I can go? Is it over already? Yes, Sebastian, it is. And now, court is officially adjourned. Who was that? It's not nice of you to adjourn things just like that, Courtney Pie. Mr. Shields. Are you objecting to the court adjourning? Of course not. I ain't got no objection or anything like that. Go ahead and adjourn court. Do whatever you like. Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Shields? Whoa there, calm down, Kay. Who wants some chocolate? Is this a joke? Hey, you'll have to excuse me. I just have one tiny request to make. As Simon Key's attorney... That's right, you're the defense attorney in charge of this case, aren't you? Exactly. Did y'all forget? That's so mean. What? You just left everything to Mr. Edgeworth and didn't do anything at all! Yes, that's right. That's why. I thought I'd do my job a bit. Do your job? That hardly sounds like you at all. It's to prepare for the trial. I'd like to ask the warden a few questions. Surely you jest. What more do you expect to hear from her? That's actually a good question. What else can we ask her? What is our remaining avenue of attack, is the question. Well, Ms. Warden, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the culprit. My thoughts? Uncle Ray believes that Simon is not the culprit. It seems to me his warden also suspects someone other than Simon. I'd like to hear you out. Mr. Edgeworth, what's Mr. Shields up to? He's trying to lure Warden Roland into testifying. Why was the supply route used to transport the body? I'd say it was to pin the crime on Dogen. Ah, I see. If he committed a murder here, he would be transferred to another prison. One with tighter security. And that would get rid of the troublemaker. Exactly. She wouldn't pass up a chance like that. Hey, hold on a sec. Culprit besides Simon? What do you mean? Simon was the one I was supposed to prosecute. Exactly. So, wouldn't it be better if DeBest also listened to what she had to say? Amazing, Mr. Shields. You managed to drag Mr. DeBest into this too. Warden Roland, is this acceptable? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You understand a woman's heart. Thank you, mademoiselle. Actually, I've thought this over. I'd like to tell you my thoughts. You'll let me speak, won't you, Justine, darling? Of course, you may speak. Mr. Shields, awesome! Whew, that was a close shave. Thank you, Mr. Shields. No, I'm still leaving the rest to you. Remember what I said? An offense attorney never gives up. The fate of our client rests on your shoulders, after all. It'd be uncool if Uncle Ray didn't put that in practice. Now then, Miles, it's your turn to show you'll never give up. Right. Well then, will you listen to my story? Alright, let's see if we can get her to fuck up there. Punisher, you love the voicing of the snot nose. I'm trying to give him a voice that makes him sound like the biggest dick. It's the vocal equivalent of having a punchable face. I'm glad I'm doing a good job. All right. Let's hear a story. I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. It simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. He probably had a dog dispose of the body. This is the truth of the case. The victim, Mr. Knightley, was it? I think it is a truly terrible thing. Taking a man's life, you mean? That's how you'd go about saying it, isn't it? If only I had been more vigilant, his death would not have happened. That's why I want to clear up his regrets. Warden Roland, how considerate. I'm sure Mr. Knightley in heaven is overflowing with gratitude. Is gratitude really what Knightley feels? Triggers my fight or flight. I either want to leave or punch him. Punch, then leave, I'd say. Double dip. Alright, so let's go ahead and save. And then we got a couple possible avenues of attack here. Let's see, I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. It could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. I'd like to hear your thoughts about the circumstances surrounding the murder. Well, I suppose it was a simple job. During his booking, I learned that the victim had some kind of injury to his neck. He couldn't turn his neck to the right. I remember him saying something like that. Booking. That's the process one undergoes before being locked up in the detention center. Sounds like you don't really know a lot about Knightley. I only know a little. In any case, he would have been an easy target for Dogen. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. The victim wouldn't have even had a chance to scream. I see. Your opinion will be a very valuable reference. Could you add those last statements to your testimony? Aw, you're making me blush. You're so cute. I'm just kidding. I'll continue. So perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. The chessboard. The thing the victim brought with him? It seemed like he really enjoyed playing chess. How could I have guessed that chisel would be hidden inside it? chisel in the chessboard. That fact is only known by a select few people. This was the answer we arrived at from our reasoning, after all. So then why does she know about this? In Dogen's hands, even a chisel is enough to be used as a lethal weapon. Fight and flight! Run by punching, there you go! I'm hoping the mink leads to safety during the breakdown. Now we're gonna save again. Let's see, do we have any evidence we can use here? Let's see. Let's see. I don't know that we do. Let's see if there's anything else we can press on here. Let's see. Warden Roland's testimony is covered in lies. If I pick them apart one by one, her true colors will surely be revealed. Alright, so... She's sure it would have been a simple job. You certainly seem to hold strong feelings towards Dogen. That's just natural. Remember my interrogations? That man, no matter how much evidence we find, he's still as slippery as a snake. Got a lot of guts. The smug look he has on his face when he returns to his cell. Ugh! Just thinking about it makes my stomach churn. Sort of understand how you feel. So he probably had a dog dispose of the body. That's another problem right there. Do you mean to say the dog threw the body into the well? Dogen has more than one dog, not just the black one, you know. Didn't I tell you? He has henchmen outside these walls as well. You mean his henchmen outside the prison aided him in this crime? Of course not. They would have been caught by the security gates. But think about it. Wasn't he the supplier? It's not hard to think he had dogs within the prison too. Oh, well then, why don't you tell me the names of these so-called dogs? If I knew that, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. In any case, it's still a possibility. Please try to consider it. Just dodging the question. Did I pursue this line of thought any further? Warden Roland's testimony is covered in lies. Alright. Let's see, we'll keep pressing the statement and see if there's anything else. You seem very confident of that. How can you be so sure? The children of this home are all good little boys and girls. Believe in yourself, believe in your friends, and believe in me and the guards. There's no way any of these hard-working children could have committed a murder. Quite an emotional reason. Sense coming from someone like her. Only Dogen would be capable of something like that. Must chip away at opponent's defense! There's so much incompetence and lying in this legal system, it's insane. But she has no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. Knightley was being held in the detention center and Dogen was in the prison. They couldn't make any contact. Don't you think that would have prevented trouble? The prison is quite confined, right? There are many ways for them to meet. Knightley was murdered days before he would have been sentenced to prison. Surely there weren't many ways the meeting could have occurred. Even without a direct meeting, Dogen can still cause trouble, mark my words. It simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. What could Knightley have done in the detention center to displease him? That was just an example. We don't have to take it so seriously. Didn't I already say that I have no idea what transpired between them? Nevertheless, you certainly are a serious one, Edgeworth dear. What's this? That piercing gaze. Always standing straight and stiff. Very nice. Looking very clever, my dear. I think I'm about to become your biggest fan. Mr. Edgeworth, stay focused! It's just a flesh wound! Right. Is this some form of psychological warfare? Hey, Celestial Knight, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope we're doing good. Glad to have you with us. Alright, so we uncovered this new statement, so it's got to have something to do with what we do next. The fact that she's talking about the chisel here. It's got to be something here. I mean, like Edgeworth mentioned, very few people would have known that it was actually stored in there, so that's got to be a thing. Kitestar, welcome in. They did not localize this on mobile. This is the fan translation that was originally made for the DS version that was then later ported to the Android version. So officially translated, no, but fan translated, yes. So that's what we're playing, is the fan translated Android version, because I wanted to play the most upscaled version, you know? And how are you doing today, Kitestar? Hope you're doing well. Let's see, just a flesh wound, your whole arm is off. I love me some Monty Python. All right, so let's present the chessboard.
Objection!
Yeah, see, I'm not sure if he's tapping his forehead. It's hard to tell. Warden Roland, you certainly are sharp-witted. Hey, enough with the titles. Call me Patty. P-A-T-T-Y. However, there's something you were a little too knowledgeable about. Embarrassed? You're such an inexperienced child, Edgeworth dear. Fight on, Mr. Edgeworth! She's loving this. She's loving this. I don't blame her either. Finkelroy, good to see you. How are you doing today? Yeah, the DS version of the translation has been out for a few years now. The Android version only came out, I believe, in August of last year, so it's pretty recent. Delicious void juice. You said you didn't really know much about Knightley. If that's the case, how did you know about the chisel inside the chessboard? Oh, of course, the entrance check. Enough with the poor excuses. The entrance check? The chessboard wasn't something Knightley brought with him. It was brought to him later by Mr. Keyes. He didn't even have it when he arrived here. That's my mistake. I meant the parcel check. Even if we assume that, there are still many suspicious points. Why wasn't such a chisel immediately confiscated? Ah! Judge Courtney, did you tell anyone about the trick to the chessboard? I did not. If no information about our investigation was leaked, then how did you find out? You could not have examined this during the entrance check or parcel check. Certainly, someone in the warden's position would never let a chisel slip by. Kitestar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Maya did do a lot of thieving. That's true. That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of people saying, oh, I'm too dumb to have done it. Oopsies. Exactly. So answer this, Warden Roland. When and how did you learn about the chessboard secret? In that case, I shall answer for you. It is because... I give up, Edgeworth dear. It is as you say. I interrogated Knightley. That's how I learned about the chessboard. But please believe me, I didn't kill anyone. Enough. It would appear that we have uncovered some vital information. I'll ask you to testify once more, if that's all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. No objections here. Thank you, Edgeworth dear. I'll do my best. fox licking her sweat? I don't know, it's a little weird. Well then, Warden Roland, I trust there will be no lies from here on out. The pool of lies is slowly running dry. Soon I will bring out her true nature. Alright, we're going back in. I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all the new arrivals. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you. Piling lies on top of lies, not realizing it only tightens the noose around her neck. You speak with all the new prisoners, you say? That's right. I'm glad you understand.
Objection!
Your testimony is not solid evidence. Requires more than just understanding. Well then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. Let's see what we got here. I'm gonna save. There's not a ton to press on here, so let's just focus on the important stuff. I had a little chat, and then after our talk, he went right back to his cell. If he really returned to his cell, there's no way he'd be a corpse now. I know you're suggesting that I killed him during the interrogation, but I couldn't possibly have had a motive to kill Knightley, could I? Dogan was the only one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim. She only hated Dogan. Please add that statement to your testimony. Dogan was the one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim. Oh, didn't he? The only one who hated was Dogan, am I correct? Yes, threatening me and doing whatever he wants in the prison. That man, I'll never forgive him. I will do whatever it takes to corner him. And his black dog, too. They aren't fit to live in my home. What the fuck? She's brimming with hostility even towards Dogan's dog. First glance, it would seem she has no motive for killing Knightley. However, her hostility extends to anyone connected to Dogan. I consider that, the answer will naturally follow. She chats with the criminals. Warden sure is easygoing, sir. Easygoing? She killed one of the criminals, you know. Since the guy was handcuffed, it would have been a pretty one-sided affair. Warden Roland has to be the killer. I have faith in my reasoning so far. I know exactly what we're doing here. Let me go ahead here. Let me get caught up on shit too. At least this is as bad as the final case in the other one that takes 5 hours to complete. I've heard there's some really long ones in this one as well. Like this one case right here, I think all told is probably gonna be about 8 hours? It's a long one. All right, so he had no connection to the victim, she says.
Objection!
I disagree. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to have a look at this. Looks like a record of a chess game. Is there something wrong with it? This was discovered in the victim's cell. It was Knightley's memo. Warden Roland, you also discovered this note in the very same place. And not just in Knightley's cell, but in Dogan's too, correct? What are you? Don't say that you don't know about the chessboard in the special cell. After all, you would have kept an eye on Dogan's actions down to the smallest details. No, to be more precise, it wasn't Dogan that you needed to keep an eye on. The warden was searching for Mr. Dogan's henchman. From the start, I found it strange that the warden interrogated the prisoners personally, since he used his henchmen to threaten harm to her family. Warden Roland interrogated Dogan to expose them. So, what are you saying? As you inspected Dogan's mail, you must have known that he played correspondence chess. And then Knightley appeared, with a chess memo in hand. We deduced that he and Dogan were connected. You must have arrived at the same conclusion as well. However, you went one step too far in your reasoning. You thought Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen who would come to kill you. So, that's why you interrogated Knightley boy. If boss won't crack, go after his henchmen. In addition, you discovered something when you were interrogating him. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel. The murder weapon. To Warden Roland, the chisel was a symbol of Dogen, and that was the final straw. You believed Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, and you killed him. Seems there'll be no rebuttal. Judge Courtney, your verdict. Oh, it is incredibly unfortunate. There seems to be no room for doubt. I shall announce my verdict for the murder of Horace Knightley. Twice my sacred verdict has been interrupted. Who was that? Warden Roland? Oh, how strange. You guys really don't understand anything. It would seem the one who doesn't understand is you. Me? Oh, I understand one thing very well. There is a huge contradiction in your logic, Mr. Edgeworth. When she's cornered, she starts spouting nonsense. Pay it no heed. Judge Courtney, your verdict. I am interested in hearing what the warden has to say. What? I thought so. I have just one thing I want to say. One? Please take a good look at the autopsy report. Autopsy report? The one I brought with me? I heard exactly what you said earlier, Justine darling. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? No way. Could that tiny chisel really have made a wound 4 inches deep? Impossible! How could I have made such an error? Oh, forgive me, goddess of law. Well, I believe that overturns your hypothesis. What'll you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? What'll we do? It'll be all right, pal. Mr. Edgeworth always. Oh, hey now. He's got all white. Hey, you're a defense attorney, aren't you? Isn't there something you can do, pal? Do that turnabout thing. Make some earth-shattering objection. Oh, Ray's a hard worker, but not decisive evidence. We're just whipping a dead horse here. Does that mean it's hopeless? I think I figured out the last thing. Ooh, this is good. Me caught up on chat here. Suki Zero, welcome in. It's weird this didn't get officially localized. I think it's a timing thing. Like, they didn't originally localize it because the DS was kind of at the end of its life cycle, so they didn't want to be putting a lot of money and effort into translating it. And then they just haven't had a compelling reason to do it since. But if they were to put out a third Ace Attorney collection, that would be an excellent chance to finally do it. So I think there's still a chance that it's going to get localized, officially anyway. Let's hope anyway. Yeah, do the turnabout thing! He's seen these cases before. The true killer is Warden Roland. It's not her, then nothing that's happened fits. But the chisel isn't the murder weapon. Are there any other sharp objects here? There are still many mysteries remaining in this case. However, we do not have the evidence to solve them at this present time. We have no choice but to continue this battle in the courtroom.
Objection.
That would just give the killer a chance to destroy evidence. Are you mocking the court? No. I didn't mean anything like that. You look perplexed, Miles. You thought of anything yet? Chisel is not the murder weapon. In that case, what is? It's no use. We're back where we started. No objections, Prosecutor Edgeworth. By the way, any baseless statements will be punished accordingly. Oh, we better save. Oh, it's getting dangerous. Ace Attorney Investigations 1 didn't do all that well. Blame a few translation mishaps. And that dang final case, that'd make sense too. Save me, safety save! It's no good. I can't think of anything. I need more time. I regret to say I have... No! Mr. Edgeworth! Remember what Mr. Shield said. If we give up, Simon will... Have you forgotten that sad look on his face? He was the one who suffered most from Knightley's death. If we can't save him, who will? Besides, Simon believes in us, so we can't give up. Okay. Miles, looks like you found a good partner. It's like little Kay says, whenever you're backed into a corner, think of your client. Keep fighting till the very end. Isn't that the feeling you're getting? Gregory, your old man. No matter what trouble he faced, he would always turn things around and save his client. You've got his blood in you, right? In that case, you're the only one who can turn this around. Judge Courtney. The look in your eyes has suddenly changed. If you do intend to speak, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Your logic thus far has been misplaced numerous times. If this were to happen again, I will consider you unfit to call yourself a prosecutor, and you will hand over your badge. That's right. My reasoning about this case has indeed been misplaced numerous times. Have I made a grave miscalculation? Wait, my logic is misplaced. Still silent, I cannot condone this waste of time. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! I will announce my verdict. That's it! I have to turn my logic around. My logic isn't misplaced, it's been misled. This court finds the defendant, Simon... Isn't it a little early to hand down a verdict? I actually think it's rather late. Don't you agree, Justine, darling? Enlighten us. What? Try to remember. The eyewitness account about the dog and his absence from the animal show. When I first heard that information, my suspicion immediately fell on Dogen. I'm amazed you take such pride in retelling your previous failings. But, was that not the killer's aim? What if we assumed that was their intention from the start? Of course, the chisel served the same purpose. Knightley's body was stabbed in the same spot with multiple sharp objects. This shows that he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon was removed. By soaking the chisel in Knightley's blood, the killer wanted to mislead us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. Why? That's because... Why did the killer want us to think the chisel was the murder weapon? I know this one too. Let me get caught up on chat real quick though. Keep hold of your badge! Nuddle Masher, welcome in. How are you doing today? Turn around and bright eyes. Oh god. Warden Roland, you made use of the chisel's image. Chisel's image? What are you trying to say? Mr. DeBest, when you see this chisel, what does it suggest to you? Huh? Something like... Dogen is the killer, right? Now do you understand? That was the warden's aim. Ah, she wanted us to suspect the person with the chisels. Indeed, that was her plan from the very beginning. It makes Sirhan Dogen out to be the killer. I understand your logic. It is true the warden did not think kindly of Dogen. But, you understand, don't you? This alone does not prove she is the killer. As I thought, it's not enough. The remaining chance is for me to find the real murder weapon. If you have no more evidence, I believe this conversation is over. I could prove it if I found the real murder weapon. Well, of course, but do you know where it is, Edgeworth? Because I think I do. I keep forgetting the best is even there. I think everyone does. Oh, we got a Roomba Nuddle Masher. That's badass. I hope you love it. It doesn't matter what you say. We did a clean sweep of this place. It is as Sebastian says. In the end, we could not find any weapons. In other words, such proof is impossible. No, the murder weapon must still be somewhere in the prison. As long as this exists. Security gate. You remember its name after all. Are you mocking me? It's because of those things. But you can't take metal objects in or out of the place. Right. As long as those security gates exist, the murder weapon should still be here. That also means no weapon could have been brought into the prison. In the end, we're back to that same mystery after all. Judge Courtney. Prosecutor Edgeworth, surely you've realized, if the real murder weapon is still in the prison, one must also consider how it got there in the first place. The chisel was concealed within the chessboard. But the chisel is not the real murder weapon, which means the real murder weapon must have been smuggled in somehow. The way it was smuggled in, can you prove that? Our warden Roland brought the weapon into the prison. You had evidence transferred from the precinct. Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but... That's it! She could have used that! This shows another way a weapon could have been brought into the prison. Let's see, do we have something to do that directly, or are we doing that? Hang on. I think that might be what we're presenting, but let me double check real quick. Yeah, I think we're doing that. Yesterday, Dogen said this. Yes, my bells. There are only 2 in the world. Only 2? They're custom made, attached to my knife and Anubis's collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. It's possible the murder weapon was brought in as confiscated evidence. What? Dogen's knife was confiscated and stored on the premises. Furthermore, a bell was attached to the knife. It can't be the bell on that chisel. Exactly. The killer took it from the knife and reattached it to the chisel. But the only fingerprints on the chisel are Knightley's. The killer probably wore gloves when they made the switch. She made the chisel out to be the murder weapon by attaching Dogen's bell, and in doing so made Dogen appear to be the culprit. Furthermore, the handling of the set of evidence that this bell originally belonged to was only possible for someone with the proper authority. Who, sir? Who had the authority? Why don't we ask the warden what she thinks? You can find bells anywhere. Anyone could have attached it, right? I see. So you don't know. These bells are Dogen's trademark. There are only 2 in the world. What? What? And so, attaching the bell would naturally make you the killer. Do you have any evidence that I have the knife? You don't, do I? Of course, I understand. In that case, Mr. DeBest, I'd like to request an investigation immediately. Huh? But if you find it, it'd be problematic for me. It doesn't matter now. It is necessary that we reveal the truth, You're a prosecutor, are you not? Well, even if you say that... Curse this useless prosecutor! If only I still had investigative rights. Besides, we can't investigate without the warden's permission, right? There's no way she would approve. We have no choice but to investigate ourselves. If you don't have evidence, there's no use in continuing this conversation. Goddess of Law does not smile upon those with no evidence. This will have to be continued in the courtroom. Not good. We give up the warden more time here. Yeah, it's getting bad. It's getting real bad. How the heck do you know what to do in this game? I love a good murder mystery, so maybe I'm just primed for it here. These games often have bullshit you've got to get used to and make a lot of safety saves. Some of the cases are a little more obtuse, but so far I've really liked the puzzles in this game. It's really cool. So when do we get to punch Sebastian? Hopefully soon. She'll definitely destroy the evidence. Seems like I have no choice but to raise an objection and stall for time. But I don't have anything definite. Is that really acceptable? Is it really like me to do something this reckless? No, not good. Now is not the time for hesitation. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor, but an attorney's assistant. I need to protect my client. I'm the only one who can save him now. In that case, even if it's 1 in a million chance, I have to take it. Sink or swim. Should I raise an objection? Yes, we just established it's literally the only option you have. Almost feels like I've turned into a certain bluffing defense attorney. But right now, I can't come to a standstill here.
Objection!
Hold it! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what now? I just realized something. What would that be? Pray tell. Naturally, the whereabouts of the real murder weapon. Dogan's knife! Mr. Edgeworth, is that really true? Yes, though it is a lie. I find that hard to believe. This isn't a bluff, is it? You underestimate me. The word bluff does not even exist in my dictionary. This is bad for my heart. Excuse me a moment. Sorry about that, got a little tickle in my throat there. I have no idea what the context of that quote is. I'm a little curious myself. There's no way you could know, because such a thing doesn't even exist. Well then, could you enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think. Somewhere the police didn't look. Blind spot in this animal-filled prison. A hiding place the warden would have complete confidence in. Hiding place. Come to think of it, It was inevitable. Anubis, show them your mouth. Have you figured it out yet, Chet? The same method? No, it couldn't be, could it? But aren't that many ways to hide things from an investigator's eyes? Prosecutor Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? It's possible, but I'm taking a big gamble here. The place where the real murder weapon is hidden is here.
Take that!
Here? In the courtyard? Indeed. That's not enough information. Please, show us in more detail. Where is the real murder weapon? Well?
Take that!
That's it. Back then. Huh? What's the matter, detective? Looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator. Really? Why? Of course, that's why the metal detector reacted. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this. The chisel? Wasn't that just the fake murder weapon? Dogan hid this chisel inside the dog's mouth. And the real murder weapon was hidden in very much the same way. The real murder weapon is in the pond inside the alligator. What? What? We can confirm that the metal detector reacted to the alligator. Judge Courtney, please have the insides of the alligator examined. I give my consent. We'll have to call a veterinarian. I can make that little girl open her mouth. Can I help? Yes, go ahead. Warden Roland. Discovering the real murder weapon will settle this matter once and for all. Why don't you do the honorable thing and confess now? What would I have to confess? In that case, you can just wait for your fate to be sealed. We found it, sir! Just where you said it would be. It's over. Patricia Rowland, the real murder weapon is none other than Dogan's knife. And the one who murdered Horace Knightley can only be you. Dogan was the evil one. I didn't do anything wrong. I was completely reasonable. That guy was one of Dogan's henchmen. Him. If only he had never come to my home. I could at least still be happy. My special paradise. You ruined it. All of it. Him. That no-good assassin. Him. Oh my God! What the fuck? All right, I take it back from the last case. That's the best breakdown ever. Oh, her whole coat. Her whole coat. Wow! That would have been very warm, but also very squirmy. All the animals later, loser. Rats fleeing the sinking ship. Glass telephone, you were on the verge of thinking, well, we've seen all these animations before. They didn't make anything new for her? I was thinking, I'm like, come on, we've seen these before. Where's the new stuff? That was worth the wait. But then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Oh, jeez. Poor Jams, thank you for the clip there. Oh, my God. March 28th, 12:34 p.m., Detention Center hallway. Mr. The Best of the Best, we have the results. The best of the best? Looks like even the forensics officers have it tough. We found traces of Knightley's blood on Dogan's knife. It was just like you said. You're the best, Mr. The Best. Alright, good job. But don't stop there, keep the praise coming. Yes, sir! You're so incredible! It brings tears to my eyes! From Sorrow. Well done, Sebastian. Next comes the follow-up investigation. Huh? What are you talking about, Justine? Hasn't the case been solved already? We have not yet confirmed if Knightley truly was one of Dogan's henchmen. There's also a chance that Warden Roland jumped to conclusions. Oh. That is the remaining uncertainty in this case. Anyways, let's keep investigating. Hey, you there, come with me. Since I'm the best, the truth will appear before me first. When that moment arrives, make sure you don't miss it. Yes, sir! I'm looking forward to witnessing your first-rate ability! Let's go! We live in troubling times, wouldn't you agree? The would-be assassin of the president was found murdered in the prison. Knightley had not planned to assassinate the president. Truth is not as vital as you seem to believe it to be. Not to the world, and not to the law. That can't be right! Believe what you will. However, as long as Prosecutor Edgeworth remains a prosecutor, it is an inescapable reality. Prosecutor is not someone who demands a guilty verdict. That is what I believe. Those are merely your values. The law is not the plaything of any one person. If you will not submit to that, you will do well to prepare for the consequences. What's that supposed to mean, pal? Don't tell me you're gonna... Now then, this is where I must take my leave, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Judge Courtney's right. The law should not serve any one person's desires. However, if the truth is bent as a result of that, can that really be called justice? No, it cannot! This code word, beautiful. And you, Christensen, how are you doing today? Hope we're doing well. What? And I cannot stress this enough. The fuck? He did appear to Naruto run there. Felt like it right there. Ah, Simon! Boss! What happened? They said you could come out already? Well, honestly, I don't know for sure. All of a sudden, they were like, you're free to go, and you should thank Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that's because he found out who the real murderer was. Really? He did? Mr. Edgeworth? Ah! Oh, no, wait. Even if you glare at me like that, it's useless. I'm innocent after all. You can't make me guilty. Simon, you should thank him, you know. You're right. Thank you very much. I want to thank you too. Good grief. Mr. Defense Attorney, can I ask you one more question? Yes, you may, but I'm not a defense attorney. I thought that Knightley and I were friends. No, I mean best friends. I always thought we were. You don't think so anymore? Well, I'm just wondering. There were some things I had no idea about. Like how he could hate someone enough to kill them. That's why... Maybe he never trusted me either. Simon, that's not true. You're lying, because if I had known, I could have stopped him. Oh. He's getting all choked up. I love that the game has so many surprises in it. It makes me very happy. Is Simon the monkey who's ratatouilleing the man? No, the monkey up there is named Money, and he is ratatouilleing Simon. There literally was an animation of that earlier in the case. I would have told him that he had no need to be angry with anyone. Mr. Keys, I don't think he disliked you either. Show him proof that Knightley trusted him. Chessboard? I guess? Trying to think if there's anything else other than the chessboard here. I think? Chessboard? Probably? I guess?
Take that!
That's what I gave to... Knightley hid a chisel inside of it, most likely to aid in his escape. Escape? He used me? He trusted in you. He knew you'd bring it to him without looking in it and without question. That's using him. He used you. He used you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And in doing just that, you were caught up in everything. Knightley, you idiot. Looks like he gets it. Simon is not as dumb as he looks after all. I'm sure he'll get back to normal by tomorrow. It's supposed to be a compliment? I'll be strong. I'll become a splendid wild animal tamer for Knightley's sake. Excellent. That's the spirit. Yeah, right there. Literally ratatouille him. I almost forgot. If you'd like, please come to our next show. I'll also be performing in it. Berry Big Circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages. Wow, that sounds like fun. Let's go, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I'll think about it. Well, we need to get back to practicing right away. You'll be with Regent today. What? The tiger? No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. It'll be fine. He's a good boy. No way. There's no way it'll be fine. Please cut me a break. Pause. And there they go. Man, bravo, bravo. You really put on a good show today, Miles. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shields. Without your help, she might have gotten away. Not to mention allowing us to continue the investigation. Oh man, cut it out already. You're gonna make me blush. I never know when you're being serious. Uncle Ray's always serious. So, how was it, Miles? How did it feel to be a defense attorney? To save people? Defense attorney. But that really took me back. Just like being next to your old man again. It's been a while since I felt this good. Well, it's somewhat difficult to say it was a good thing. Come on, Miles. You sure you don't want to be a defense attorney? What? You know, pick up where your father left off. Do you want to save people like he did? What are you talking about, pal? Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. But is it really that unusual for a prosecutor to become a defense attorney these days? Unusual isn't the problem here. Hey, don't be upset. It's normal, you know, normal. It's not normal, pal. You'd all make for a powerful defense team. Mr. Shields, I am a prosecutor. And Uncle Ray is a defense attorney. That's why. I'm being serious about this. Well, that's just my opinion. Feel free to drop by any time if you have a change of heart. I'll be waiting for you. Follow in my father's footsteps. Me, become a defense attorney. I'm gonna become a defense attorney, just like my dad. Should I become a defense attorney? Like my father? And that's the end of the second case. Which means next up we're going to be moving on to episode 3, The Inherited Turnabout. Thank you for the GGs. I appreciate that, everybody. Whew, that was a doozy. This has been a lot longer case than I was game than I was expecting, but that was definitely a long one. I've heard the next one is way longer too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Ray Shield seems like a decent dude. Thank you so much for the GGs, everybody. I really appreciate it. Oh man, GC good case. Thank you for that as well. I appreciate that. Yeah, whew, that one place has lots and lots of weird mysteries. Very elaborate setup too, but I liked it. I had a lot of fun with that one. I hope you folks liked it too. But that is definitely where we're going to be wrapping it up for today. So we will be back tomorrow, and tomorrow we are starting on episode 3. I have no idea what it's going to be, but we're going to find out. So I hope all of you will be here for that and join me then. I would appreciate seeing you all. That turnabout going round and round again, that trusty metal detector again, it is most definitely. So thank you all for being here as always. As I said, this is my favorite part of the week, so thank you all for hanging out, making all those jokes, and laughing along with the absurdity of me. I appreciate it. It's very cool of all of you. So if you got a minute to spare, I'd really appreciate it, because we got one last thing to do, as always, that is... let's see who all else is online. So if you're not done watching Twitch for the day, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. I would like the opportunity to try. So make sure to hit follow if you haven't already. That'll be the easiest way to find me tomorrow, or at any point in the future if you'd like to come back. We'd love to have you. And while I'm looking to see who all is live right now, there's some links in chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen them already, including a link to my YouTube if you want to check out any of the games I've played in the past, or if you want to get caught up with this playthrough, feel free to jump in there. We'd love to have you. And we also have a link to my Discord if you would like to chat with me or the rest of the community outside of the stream. Everybody's welcome for that. And ooh, I definitely see where we're going today. One of my favorite streamers is playing a game I've always been very curious about, but also I've heard it's hot garbage, so I've been afraid to actually check it out. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would really appreciate it if you would join us as we go raid very good friend of the stream by the name of Retrograde Tom. He is one of my favorite retro streamers on all of Twitch. He plays a lot of really obscure stuff, and today he is playing The Ring Terror's Realm. Yes, they made a video game based on The Ring. I've heard it's real bad. So why don't you join me over there, say hi to Tom, hang out for a bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. I will see you folks tomorrow for some more Ace Attorney investigations too. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.